Chapter 222. Li Yunrui had never seen Ding Ning before, but from the first time he saw Ding Ning, he knew that Ding Ning was not ordinary. He knew that the mission the Chu Emperor gave him had extraordinary meaning. The last step to ensure the completion of the mission was to cut off the possibility that the cultivators of the Qin dynasty could find any clues from his body. So Li Yunrui chose to calmly release all the power that belonged to a cultivator in his body. After dying in the Wei River and floating up after soaking for many days, even the experienced officials of the Divinity Bureau and the Astrology Bureau would not be able to see the difference between him and an ordinary person who had drowned. Perhaps, no one would ever discover his existence again. When the vital energy and the primal energies of the universe stored in his body completely came out of his body, Li Yunrui felt his body become unusually heavy. The water pressure squeezed out the air in his chest. When the Wei River water replaced the air and charged into his lungs, he felt indescribable pain. However, he took control of his body and allowed his consciousness to fall into a deep sleep. Just as this cultivator of the Chu dynasty was calmly embracing death, on a merchant ship on the Wei River, a beautiful woman in white robes was playing a pipa. The sound of the pipa was quiet, like a woman missing home. However, when the vital energy coming out of Li Yunrui's body slowly touched the bottom of the ship, the white-clothed beauty's brows furrowed, and her fingers suddenly sped up. The quiet and serene pipa music suddenly became as loud as an army, as if countless soldiers were fighting. For a moment, the faces of the merchants who were chatting and drinking in the cabin suddenly turned extremely pale. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down from their foreheads, as if the many invisible soldiers in the pipa music had filled their hearts. The pipa sound stopped. There was a soft thump. The pipa landed on the soft seat. The bead curtain swayed and the beautiful woman in white robes who had been playing the pipa behind the curtain disappeared. When Li Yunrui stepped into the Wei River, Ding Ning and Xunyi returned to Falling Parasol. What happened? When Ding Ning lifted the curtain to the back of the wine shop, Zhongsun Qianxue was waiting for him in the courtyard. Just from the sound of Ding Ning's footsteps, she knew that something important had happened. I also do not know what happened. Ding Ning looked at her and answered with an unusually grave expression. Zhongsun Qianxue's picturesque eyebrows rose slightly. Ding Ning did not make her wait and said, "The King of Chu sent me something, but I do not know what it is, so I do not know what happened." Zhongsun Qianxue glanced at him. The King of Chu? Ding Ning nodded. Only he would have a Realm 6 death warrior, and only cultivators who would fight to the death for him and the Chu dynasty would have such presence. After a pause, Ding Ning reached into his bosom, grasped the square object, and pulled it out of his bosom. Zhongsun Qianxue's brow furrowed. She was very familiar with Ding Ning. Just from hearing his footsteps today, she knew that Ding Ning had heavy thoughts. Even if Ding Ning had not told her that the King of Chu had sent this item to her, just from Ding Ning's actions, she could sense the importance of this item. She stopped speaking and looked silently at Ding Ning's actions. Ding Ning walked into the bedroom in the back of the courtyard. He sat down in front of the table where Zhongsun Qianxue usually dressed and put this item flat on the table. Then he carefully unwrapped the coarse cloth wrapping this item. Zhongsun Qianxue's consciousness casually penetrated the coarse cloth, but in the next moment, her body shook slightly. She understood why Ding Ning was so serious. The item wrapped in the coarse cloth was like a terrifying whirlpool. When her consciousness swept in, it was pulled to an unknown place. Something that could cause an ordinary cultivator's consciousness to have such a strange feeling was already not an ordinary item. Something that could cause a cultivator like her to have such a feeling, such an item seemed to have never appeared in the records of the cultivation world. Because it was so strange, it would not be an ordinary item. Because of the unknown, she had to be careful. Ding Ning carefully unwrapped the last layer of cloth. In this process, the countless silkworms in his body moved to ensure that none of his presence flowed into this item. A smear of deep copper green entered his and Zhongsun Qianxue's eyes. What entered his sight was a rectangular metal object that was completely copper green. It looked like an embryo that had just been smelted, but the surface was covered in complicated seal scripts. What is this? Zhongsun Qianxue stared at this item for a long time and then asked. The strongest weapons of the Chu dynasty were seal weapons. Any cultivator of the Qin dynasty who saw something covered in seal scripts would immediately think of seal weapons. But Zhongsun Qianxue was certain that this was not a true seal weapon. At this moment, she could see that there were many cyan strands swimming among the complicated runes. Those green threads were vital essence, the vital essence of a certain realm 7 cultivator. The true essence formed a unique cycle in these runes, and it seemed like it would never disappear. However, the power of the true essence was not very strong. If she forcefully injected some true essence into the runes, the true essence would immediately collapse. However, she could not predict what would happen to this item after it was destroyed. Ding Ning did not answer her question. He stared at the extremely complicated seal lines. His eyes flashed violently as if he was constantly calculating. His gaze would occasionally fall on the intersection of some seal lines. After dozens of breaths, his brow furrowed slightly. He reached out his right hand and stroked this item. The moment he reached out, his fingers gave off soft sounds. His fingers slid across these seal scripts. The soft sounds passed through the seal scripts, but the flowing blue threads did not change at all. Ding Ning's expression did not change. His fingers suddenly stopped, and moved in the opposite direction of the path just now. At the same time, the soft sounds on his fingers became even more complicated and dense. Threads of indigo light formed between his fingers and then fell into the seal lines below. These blue lights silently merged perfectly with the blue vital energy in the seal scripts. Then, the cyan threads flowing in the rune grew larger and larger. In the end, the seal scripts were filled by the flowing blue vital energy. The surface of the entire piece of copper-green metal looked smooth and flat, and the blue vital energy filling the seal script solidified in this moment. A strange light lit up in the center of this copper-green metal block. The metal block, which seemed to have no gaps, slowly parted along the light. Seeing this scene, Zhongsun Qianxue's furrowed brow relaxed. She understood what this was. This was a secret box. A box that could only be opened with that kind of blue vital energy. In other words, only someone who could perfectly imitate and refine the exact same Cyanjin Yuan would be able to open this secret box. Ding Ning was silent. The light in the center of the copper-green box slowly disappeared. Then all of the blue vital energy dissipated into primal energies of the universe and disappeared into the air. Inside the copper-green box, there was a small round jade disc that could be held in the palm. Inside this pure white jade, there was a withered yellow spot of light that was constantly pulsing. It looked like a person that was constantly changing into various shapes. This is the human sovereign jade disc. Ding Ning did not immediately pick up this jade disc. He turned around and looked at Zhongsun Qianxue. He said slowly, "He guessed that I cultivated the 9 death silkworm." Zhongsun Qianxue looked at him and did not immediately speak. Ding Ning looked at her and said in a slightly strange tone, "The human sovereign jade disc is a very unreasonable thing. This thing is the symbol of the Chu emperor, passed down from generation to generation. What is unreasonable about this thing is that the cultivator who wears it will increase their cultivation faster if they cultivate at the same level." True shock appeared in Zhongsun Qianxue's eyes. "How much faster?" she asked. Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "The legends say it is 30% faster." Zhongsun Qianxue's face paled slightly, and her hands unconsciously trembled. No seal weapon, no pill medicine can compare to this thing. Ding Ning did not need to look at her to understand how she felt. He took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "This is the top national treasure of the Chu dynasty. Theoretically, it should be passed down to the next emperor." Zhongsun Qianxue nodded. "It should be passed to Li Lingjun." Ding Ning also nodded and said, "Even if it is not passed to Li Lingjun, it should be left to Consort Zhao." Zhongsun Qianxue was silent for a long time. She said, "Now that he is dead, and the person who passed this thing to you is also dead. Only you and I know that this thing is in your hands. What does he mean?" A hint of indescribable bitterness appeared at the corners of Ding Ning's mouth. He reached out and took the jade disc in his hand. Then he said softly, "He does not have confidence in others, or rather, he thinks that only we can defeat Yuanwu in the future. He has never seen me." Zhongsun Qianxue shook her head. Not us. You are related to the 9 death silkworm. Ding Ning also shook his head. Zhongsun Qianxue's face turned cold. She did not look at Ding Ning and said, but we are Qin. He is also very impressive. Ding Ning looked at her and said seriously, maybe he thinks we will owe him. Chapter 223. A favor. Zhongsun Qianxue glanced at him and said coldly, this is an illusory matter that can be big or small. So he told me to choose myself. Ding Ning looked at the jade pendant in his hand. After a moment of silence, he said, so he did not make any requests. Zhongsun Qianxue suddenly felt this was laughable and said with slight disdain, what can you do? At least, I can grow stronger faster, and have more assurance when I enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, after he dies, his ambitions are meaningless to him. So he probably just wants us to treat his people better. Zhongsun Qianxue said with slight disdain, what if the Chu dynasty is gone? Ding Ning glanced at her and said, we can treat the people of the Chu better. Zhongsun Qianxue glanced at him, her expression clearly disapproving. But Ding Ning nodded and said, of course, there is no meaning in saying this now. Zhongsun Qianxue asked coldly, how much? Her words were so simple that other people would have a hard time understanding what she was asking. But Ding Ning answered directly, Realm 3 First Class. Zhongsun Qianxue naturally asked about Ding Ning's cultivation before the Minute Mountain Sword trial started. Ding Ning had never missed anything about cultivation. If he said he would reach Realm 3 First Class before the Minute Mountain Sword trials, then Zhongsun Qianxue knew his cultivation would reach Realm 3 First Class. Lai Yinghong, ranked highest on the Book of Talents, had Realm 4 Second Class cultivation. In Zhongsun Qianxue's view, Ding Ning's Realm 3 First Class cultivation was enough. So she glanced at Ding Ning and didn't say anything else. This meant the end of this conversation in their world. Ding Ning didn't say anything else. He just took off his shoes and sat down on his bed. No one could understand the speed at which he entered meditation and looked inside. The moment he closed his eyes, he seemed to be standing in the center of his energy sea, looking at the wondrous world of the 5 energies and vital energy. Threads of primal energies of the universe slowly floated in from all directions and landed on his body. Ding Ning's mind was immediately filled with shock. He instantly understood what the legendary human monarch Jade Annulus was. In addition to the sea of Qi world in his body, the countless meridians where Zhenyuan flowed, and the vast and boundless world outside, he saw that his right palm was emitting light. Countless stars of light floated in the air. These stars of light, which were normally invisible to the naked eye, emitted countless lines that were invisible to the naked eye. These stars of light looked small, but they seemed to be separated by an astonishing distance. The space was vast beyond compare. These lines were constantly generating heaven-earth yuan qi out of thin air. Some of them were extremely familiar to him, while others were completely beyond his understanding. So this was not a seal weapon that any cultivator could create. This was a completely independent small world. The fragment of a star, the core of a star, or the marrow of a star. In the world of cultivators, there were countless ways to define these things. Many of the gems in the world, and even many of the strange metals, came from such fragments. But among the fragments produced by falling stars, only a rare few could be compatible with the energies of the world, much less the human sovereign Jade Annulus, which could naturally produce energies compatible with the world. After a few breaths, feeling the threads of primal energies of the universe entering his body, Ding Ning was certain that this thing was like what he had heard of, enough to increase his cultivation by 20 to 30%. But for him, the significance of this thing was not just this. What is it? Looking at his trembling eyelashes, Zhongsun Qianxue asked directly. A unique little world. Ding Ning slowly opened his eyes, looked at her and said, I can even use it to comprehend the energies of the stars that do not belong to this world. This was a high-level conversation unlike ordinary cultivators. Zhongsun Qianxue could understand the meaning, but she just looked at Ding Ning and asked simply and crudely, can you comprehend a way to defeat Zheng Xiu's Starfire Sword? Ding Ning frowned slightly and said, maybe. If possible. Zhongsun Qianxue thought and said, I will accept his favor. Ding Ning smiled. After being used to complexity and schemes, this kind of simplicity was the best to make people feel warmth and fondness. Someone is coming. But Zhongsun Qianshue's face suddenly turned cold. She said in an indescribable tone of disgust, "It is the cultivation method of Weiyang Palace. It should be Zheng Xiu's people." A beautiful woman dressed in seemingly simple clothing but could not wash away the nobility of the palace. Even her hair was exceptionally clean and bright, walked into Falling Parasol and into the nameless wine shop in Falling Parasol. This woman did not seem to want to disguise her identity as a palace attendant. She walked as naturally as she did in the palace. She looked at the wine shop that did not appear clean. She looked at Ding Ning, who was calmly examining her. She raised an eyebrow in displeasure and said, "It is too shabby." Ding Ning sensed the presence of this woman. He was certain that this woman's status in Weiyang Palace was second only to Pan Ruoy. He did not say anything and waited for the palace attendant to continue. "This is bestowed to you." The palace attendant took out a document from her sleeve and placed it on the table in front of Ding Ning. Then she motioned for Ding Ning to look immediately. Ding Ning opened the document and immediately frowned. The palace attendant looked coldly at him and said, "What?" Ding Ning looked up at her and said, "This is a land deed." The palace attendant said, "Anyone who is literate can see that this is a land deed." Ding Ning said, "But this is the land deed of the Zhu family Ink Garden." The palace attendant said with slight disdain, "Ink Garden is Ink Garden, but it does not belong to the Zhu family now. Starting today, there is no Zhu family in Changling." Ding Ning looked down at the document in front of him and said, "This reward is too great." The palace attendant's expression darkened and she said, "Since it is bestowed to you, it means you are worthy of such a reward." Ding Ning nodded and put away the land deed in front of him. The palace attendant's expression eased slightly and she said, "Today, you will move to Ink Garden." Ding Ning knew there was no room for discussion in such an edict. So he did not say anything and calmly agreed. "Do not mention anything about Wu Shan, especially that you saved him." The authoritative palace attendant turned and left in satisfaction. But when she walked out of the wine shop, she said coldly, "Because starting today, he is the crown prince of the Qin dynasty." When the authoritative palace attendant's figure disappeared from Ding Ning's sight, Zhongsun Qianshue appeared behind Ding Ning. "She treats you well. Such generosity." Zhongsun Qianshue looked coldly in the direction the palace attendant had disappeared. Her face was shrouded in indescribable murderousness. "She actually gave the Zhu family's estate to you." Ding Ning understood her disgust towards Zheng Xiu. He shook his head, his eyes cold. "This is not a great gift." Zhongsun Qianshue withdrew her murderousness. But she was still very angry, so she did not want to speak at this time. The Deer Mountain Conference has ended, and the foreign affairs have been settled. When cleaning up some people she does not want to see in Changling, she will not hold back. Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "The Zhu family is finished, but we took over Ink Garden. The Zhu family is finished because I went to Wu Mountain with forefather Zhu. In the eyes of the remaining old nobility, I should be one of the empress people. Even if they do not dare to act against me openly, if there is a suitable chance, these old nobility will not give up on stabbing me." After a pause, Ding Ning said coldly, "So this is not a great gift, just a method to kill with a borrowed knife." Hearing these words, Zhongsun Qianshue's expression improved. "Why?" Ding Ning said, "Mo Shouqing has misgivings about me." She naturally has misgivings. If a person like her has misgivings about a person, it is best for that person to disappear from Changling. Zhongsun Qianshue completely understood and sneered. "So you saved her son, but she will not help you if you attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Maybe people will feel that she will tacitly allow me to win in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, but you and I know that she means to not let me win in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials." Ding Ning looked at her and said calmly and slowly. He, Zhongsun Qianshue, and even Xue Wangshu and the others would move into the Garden of Zhu today. In the eyes of most people in Changling, this was an ordinary youth of the marketplace who, through his own efforts and fortuitous encounters, suddenly received the favor of fate and obtained such an astounding property. This was an enviable and inspirational story. But the truth of this story was not beautiful. Zhongsun Qianxue looked at his coldness and asked, "Then what do you prepare to do?" "There is no question of preparation or what to do." Ding Ning said softly, "This concerns my life, so I can only do everything possible to make her unhappy." Chapter 224. The rapeseed flowers in his hometown were in full bloom. The strong golden color seemed to burn into the sky. The faint fragrance of the flowers filled Li Yunrui's nose. This faint fragrance made him feel his body grow lighter and finally float up. He saw a flock of newborn lambs running across the fields. Then he saw a little boy running happily behind the flock, getting closer and closer to him. He clearly heard the little boy's happy laughter. Then he inexplicably felt happier. Yet he was suddenly shocked because he felt the boy's face was becoming more familiar. The little boy ran past him. His body rolled up the cauliflower on both sides of the field. Many golden petals floated up and created a golden wave. Li Yunrui could not help but walk along the path the boy had taken towards the village ahead. A cow was tied to an old locust tree at the entrance of the village. The mottled light fell on his body. Li Yunrui continued to walk forward. He saw a fence. He saw a woman dressed in coarse cloth washing clothes next to a well in the fence. On the stove in the room, there were shredded radish balls steaming. Seeing him walk in, the woman dressed in coarse cloth suddenly looked up, looked kindly and reproachfully at him, and told him to wash his hands. Li Yunrui looked in shock at his hands. He saw his hands covered in mud. He saw his hands had become unusually white and small. He was even more shocked. He found he had become the boy who had just run through the fields. He finally realized where he was, who he was, and who this woman dressed in coarse cloth was. He opened his mouth but choked inexplicably. The golden color in the field became more and more dazzling. He could not help but close his eyes. However, he did not want to see such a scene. So, he forced his eyes open. However, the golden color still filled his entire world. He made a sound of pain. "Awake!" A cold voice rushed into his ears like a gust of cold water. This voice was unusually unfamiliar. Li Yunrui's vision darkened slightly. It was like the old locust tree at the village entrance had blocked the sky above him. He gradually saw the world in front of him clearly. There were no golden rapeseed flowers covering the mountains, only a surging river that stretched as far as the eye could see. The person blocking the sky above his head was a woman in white. He realized that he was lying flat on the slightly damp grass. Looking up, the woman in white appeared to be exceptionally tall and big. No matter what the reason is, dispersing the Zhen Yuan in his body and sinking to the bottom of the river is extremely stupid. The woman in white glanced at him and said expressionlessly. Li Yunrui was silent for a moment. He slowly sat up and said, "You saved me." The woman in white glanced at him and said calmly, "Yes." Li Yunrui was silent for a moment, then said, "Many thanks." The woman in white frowned slightly. Li Yunrui had already stood up and continued to walk towards the river. Ding Ning. The white-clothed woman did not stop Li Yunrui from walking back into the river. She only said this name. Li Yunrui's body suddenly froze. "What did you hear when I was unconscious?" He turned around and said to the woman in white. "You have such cultivation, yet you dispersed all your Zhen Yuan and sank to the bottom of the river. I want to know why." The woman in white did not answer his question and turned to look at Changling in the distance. She had been wandering on this river for a long time. In the time before and after the Deer Mountain Conference, she had been hesitating if she should enter Changling, and if there was a need to. But now, her hesitation had disappeared. She started to walk. Li Yunrui's body grew colder. He turned around and happened to see the woman in white walking towards Changling. "I will go to Changling to find my answer." The woman in white did not turn to look at him and said calmly. A hint of bitterness appeared on Li Yunrui's face. He did not say anything else and started to walk, following behind the woman in white. A palace attendant dressed in ordinary cloth slowly walked out of falling parasol. There was a carriage parked under the shade of a tree in front of her. When she approached the carriage, the curtain of the carriage was lifted from the inside. A long-bearded man walked out and bowed respectfully to her. The Garden of Dew was given to him. This is what he deserves. The palace attendant glanced at the long-bearded man and said expressionlessly, "But this does not mean that he will receive preferential treatment in the Minute Mountain sword trials." The long-bearded man frowned slightly and then bowed slightly to show that he understood. A black cloud slowly flowed in the sky. Below the black cloud was the imperial procession of the Qi dynasty. The imperial procession of the Chu dynasty stopped at Wan City. The imperial procession of the Qi dynasty was not moving towards the capital, but at the base of a black mountain. The black mountain was not tall, and did not have any plants growing on it. But it was filled with gravestones of various sizes. The procession stopped at the base of the mountain, but the black sedan continued to move up. In a valley near the peak, a youth was digging with a shovel. This youth was about the same age as Ding Ning. He wore black robes and his expression was calm and focused. Even when the enormous black sedan stopped behind him and the Qi Emperor walked out, he did not stop or even look back at the Qi Emperor. The Qi Emperor waited silently. He even had a rare hint of respect on his face. He would only have such an expression when facing Yang Ying. The black soil rose up. The hole the youth was in grew larger and deeper. Only when the top of his head was in the ground did he stop. "You should be Teacher Ruo's disciple?" Seeing the black-robed youth turn around, the Qi Emperor nodded slightly and asked in a harmonious voice. The black-robed youth did not even look at the Qi Emperor. A cold wind blew by, and his figure disappeared from the Qi Emperor's sight and appeared in the black sedan. Without any hesitation, he lowered his head and picked up Yang Ying's body. Then, he fell back into the deep pit that he had just dug. "Bury it." He put down Yang Ying's body next to him and then lay down calmly as he looked at the Qi Emperor. A hint of shock flashed through the Qi Emperor's eyes. But he still sensed something. So he did not speak and reached out to grasp the shovel this youth had just used. He personally started to fill this deep hole. Puffs of black soil fell and gradually buried the black-robed youth and Yang Ying's bodies until the hole was completely filled. When all this was done, the setting sun was like blood. Emperor Qi thought for a while and took off the black crown on his head. He placed it vertically on the new grave like a tombstone. Chapter 225. When the Emperor of Qi's crown was inserted into the new grave, a gust of extremely yin black wind swept through the black mountain. The black wind reached the top of the mountain and turned into a black cloud pressing down on the peak. This mountain was not tall to begin with, but with the heavy black cloud pressing down on the peak, the sky seemed to be pulled down and the mountain appeared exceptionally tall. The black soil that was originally barren was suddenly covered with a lot of black grass that reached up to the sky, densely covering the entire mountain. The black grass grew to the height of the Emperor of Qi's waist. The Emperor of Qi was silent, his long black hair dancing in the wind. All of the pearls and even the gold ornaments on the black crown in front of him had turned to dust in the black wind. In the end, there was only a plain and dull black jade board stuck in the black soil. The black cloud moved with the wind on the mountain but did not dissipate. The Emperor of Qi walked down the mountain path. The mountain path was also covered in waist-high black grass. The Emperor of Qi's figure seemed to be moving through a black river. This scene was peaceful, but in the eyes of the Qi people at the foot of the mountain, it was exceptionally shocking. If Teacher liked peace when he was alive, I will seal this mountain. No one will be allowed to come close. The Qi Emperor turned around in front of all the officials who were waiting for him. He raised his head to look at the black mountain and said softly. On the outskirts of Changling, multiple farmers who were weeding in the wheat fields straightened in puzzlement and looked in the direction of the Wei River military port. There seemed to be a grand sound coming from the military port. Flocks of birds flew up in fright in the fields. Moments later, a smear of bright yellow appeared on the path. Dozens of riders in bright yellow robes galloped over. These farmers understood that their most respected emperor had finally returned. They knelt in the wheat fields in excitement. The news of the imperial entourage returning to the capital spread through Changling along the horizontal and vertical roads. Along the way, countless subjects knelt by the side of the road. When they saw the authoritative figure in bright yellow on the carriage, They almost devoutly shouted, "Long live the emperor!" Amidst the thunderous shouts, the Yuanwu emperor's lips curved slightly with a hint of joy. His gaze slowly swept across the surroundings, across the countless subjects worshipping him, and finally landed on the distant border of Changling. "You said that those who can be truly loved and worshipped by the people are correct. Now, I have done it. Therefore, everything I have done is correct. I'm used to your noodles." If we move to a place like Ink Garden, just like today, when I came back, it was already past the time for breakfast, and I think you would like to see the scenery of Ink Garden, in Falling Parasol. Ding Ning stood in front of the noodle shop that he usually visited every morning and spoke with unusual sincerity to the noodle shop owner inside. The noodle shop owner inside was kneading dough on his own. After Ding Ning spoke for a while, this noodle shop owner, who was usually very polite to Ding Ning, lifted his head in annoyance. "I am living well here, why should I move to Ink Garden? Also, my shop has just been built, and Ink Garden is so cold. Who will I make noodles for? I will try to get everyone to move there." Ding Ning was not discouraged and said seriously, "As long as you agree first, I will tell them later." The noodle shop owner rolled his eyes and said, "How will you do it?" Ding Ning could hear the hidden meaning in his words. "Even I can't convince you, yet you dare to boast and ask everyone to move." But he was still not discouraged. He just said sincerely, "No rent." The noodle shop owner snorted. "The furniture in the house can be moved for more than that bit of rent." Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "Give it to me for free." The noodle shop owner stilled. Ding Ning took out the deed and said like a true nouveau riche, "Pick whichever room you like. If you feel that it is not convenient to open a shop, tell me where you want to make a hole in the wall. I will find a craftsman tomorrow." The noodle shop owner thought and said angrily, "Do not deceive me. While you have the deed to the Mo estate, according to the laws of the Qin dynasty, can the deed be divided? Do you think you can give it away for free?" Ding Ning looked helplessly at the noodle shop owner and said, "We are already so familiar with each other. Do we have to be restricted by these rules? The deed cannot be divided. I will write a document with you and have all the neighbors be witnesses. As long as I am the owner of Ink Garden, the room you choose is yours." The noodle shop owner's eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" Ding Ning said angrily, "When have I not kept my words? You really want me to pick one first? Choose yourself." Ding Ning rolled his eyes and casually threw the deed in front of him. "This is a deed, what do you think it is?" The noodle shop owner's eyes widened, cursing out. In this short period of time, he actually wiped his hands on his apron, and then accurately caught the deed. Then, he directly yelled out, "Hurry up and be a witness. What are you doing?" Zhongsun Qianxue looked at Ding Ning, who had squeezed out of the crowd, and said coldly. Ding Ning wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Cave Master is used to living here. Ink Garden is too quiet, of course we have to make it livelier if we can." Zhongsun Qianxue said, "No other reason?" At least, if a large group of people move over and turn that place into Falling Parasol, it will not give people the feeling that we have taken over Ink Garden. While we do not want Ink Garden, this way, the old nobility will hate us less. Ding Ning looked at her and said, "Also, while there is no real meaning, this is the resistance of a minor person in the marketplace. Maybe she will feel a thread of displeasure." Zhongsun Qianxue thought and said, "Well done." Ding Ning stilled. This was a praise she had never received before. But he immediately reacted. Looking at her as she turned around, he could not help but laugh and said softly, "Childish." To make the mistress of the imperial palace unhappy was the greatest joy for Zhongsun Qianxue. But at this time, a wave of shouts came from the distant streets. Zhongsun Qianxue's brow furrowed. "He has returned." Ding Ning nodded. Zhongsun Qianxue's expression darkened. "Everyone loves the Yuanwu emperor. But I do not like you." Ding Ning could understand her thoughts and emotions at this time. He listened to the distant sounds and then looked at the lively neighbors who did not need him, the new master of Ink Garden, to interfere. He said softly, "Look at them. They also love the Yuanwu emperor, but they like me more right now. The human heart." Ding Ning paused and turned to look at Zhongsun Qianxue, whose face was cold. He said, "It is the most difficult thing in the world to understand. Zhongsun Qianxue clearly did not want to say more. Yet her eyebrows rose and she said softly, 2 realm 6s have come to see you. Ding Ning stilled slightly. Zhongsun Qianxue was puzzled. 1 realm 6, 1 realm 7? Chapter 226. Bai Shanxue stood by the window on the second floor of an inn. She looked silently at the distant falling parasol, at Ding Ning and Zhongsun Qianxue. Li Yunrui looked at her from behind. Previously, on the Wei River, she had been dressed in white robes. Now, in Changling, she was wearing the plain satin robes that ordinary women in Changling wore. Standing by the window of this ordinary inn, Li Yunrui could only see the black roofs and the swaying grass in the wind. Yet, the more he looked at her back, the more he felt that she would ride the wind and waves at any moment. These black roofs would turn into a black ocean at any moment. This wine shop youth is actually related to me. Bai Shanxue did not look back. She slowly put her hands behind her back and said, I have a senior sect brother who wanted to kill him, but my senior sect brother was buried in Changling. Li Yunrui's hands tightened. He was silent for a moment and said, I can guess who you are. In the Battle of Fish Market, Zhao Sai lost his life-bond sword. I was greatly wounded. Yuan Wu resolved the problem of Changling and went to Deer Mountain. Then he cut down the mountain with one blow, and destroyed many people's confidence. Bai Shanxue slowly turned around and looked at Li Yunrui. Previously, I had been wandering on the Wei River. Looking at Changling in front of me, I wondered if there was a need to enter Changling. I thought that even if I obtained what I wanted, I would not be a match for the Yuan Wu Emperor. Since I had you follow, I had no intentions of hiding my identity. It is not hard to guess who I am, but you. After a pause, Bai Shanxue said in an exceptionally calm tone, your cultivation is only at the peak of Realm 6. I think you will need some time to reach Realm 7. Yet, just some of your slowly released vital energy caused the entire river to wail. I sensed it as though the entire river had turned into a seal weapon. How many people like you are there in a day? Yet, someone like you calmly died for this wine shop youth. This wine shop youth is filled with endless possibilities in my eyes. You and this wine shop youth became the key to reopening the door to Changling for me. From this point of view, I should thank you first. Li Yunrui looked at her, and a trace of bitterness appeared in her eyes again. What did I say when I was unconscious? He hesitated for a moment before asking. You only called out his name a few times. Bai Shanxue looked at him with slight disdain and said, but people like you should view this matter as more important than your life. That is why you reminded yourself not to forget when you were unconscious. Li Yunrui was silent. What's your name? Bai Shanxue asked calmly. Li Yunrui's brows moved slightly, but she still maintained her silence. Bai Shanxue's expression remained calm, but her tone became unyielding. You must tell me. Li Yunrui lowered her head. Her hands trembled slightly, but she still did not speak. That wine shop youth is very interesting. Just now that I've looked at him, I've made my decision. Bai Shanxue pursed his lips and smiled devilishly. If you don't tell me, I'll kill him right away. Li Yunrui abruptly raised her head, a strange flame burning in the depths of her eyes. Do not talk to me about matters of life and death. Bai Shanxue's lips curled up as though she saw what he was thinking. She said with slight disdain, you should know that people like me do not care about matters of life and death. Even if I will undoubtedly die if I act here, I will still do it. Also, while I am greatly injured, I am still stronger than you right now. So you only followed me and did not directly kill me. Compared to us great rebels, you are too hesitant. Now that I have seen this youth, you do not have a chance to refuse. Bai Shanxue narrowed her eyes proudly. A milky white bead of water suddenly appeared in front of her as she narrowed her eyes and vibrated slightly. I will give you 3 breaths to consider. After 3 breaths, I will act. Even if I die, this wine shop youth called Ding Ning will also die. You are willing to die for him. I believe you do not want to see him die. Li Yunrui thought for a moment. After a breath, he looked up at Bai Shanxue and said, you cannot kill him. Also, you and I should try to stay away from him. Bai Shanshui's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The bead of water containing murderous intent dissipated in front of her, but her expression grew even colder. Why? Because I am from the Chu. Li Yunrui looked into her eyes and slowly said, before the emperor died, he ordered me to give him something. Even Consort Zhao and the new monarch do not know of this matter. His description of this matter was extremely simple, but Bai Shanshui could naturally understand the weight of it. What is it? She asked, frowning deeply. Li Yunrui looked at her and shook his head calmly. Bai Shanshui took a deep breath. She did not ask anymore. She closed her eyes and started to think quietly as though Li Yunrui did not exist in front of her. Who was more important to the king of Chu than Consort Zhao and Li Lingjun, who was about to inherit the throne? More important than the dynasty? This kind of question was too simple for her. Because there was only one possibility. She took another deep breath and then shook her head. She said seriously to Li Yunrui, I had not thought that the 9-death silkworm was here. Li Yunrui clenched his hands and then relaxed them. He understood the king of Chu better, so he could easily think of an answer like this. Previously, he had not wanted to think. Now that Bai Shanshui had pointed it out, his expression did not change much. So you cannot kill him. If your guess is true, he is the only person the emperor thinks can defeat the Yuanwu emperor in the future. I can die, but you must protect him. Li Yunrui looked calmly at Bai Shanshui and said, after I die, no one will connect him to the Chu dynasty. But just like how you discovered this matter, if someone discovers that I have such a relationship with him, they can easily infer his identity. Finishing, Li Yunrui bowed deeply to Bai Shanshui. Bai Shanshui smiled coldly and shook her head. Her lips curled up proudly as she narrowed her eyes. She said, do not think that there is no room to maneuver. Changling is a city full of changes. Who knows what will happen next? That person helped the Yuanwu emperor destroy the 3 dynasties. Who knows what his heir will do in the future? Also, how do you know what I will do? I do not permit you to die. After a pause, she looked at Li Yunrui with strong confidence. I will pass on the methods of Cloud Water Palace to you. If you follow me, no one will think that you are from Chu. Li Yunrui was silent. Silence usually represented agreement. I have never liked to place my hopes on others, much less this is a young silkworm that has not matured. In the eyes of the Chu emperor, he is the only possibility. But your appearance with him has caused many possibilities to appear in front of my eyes. Bai Shanshui was truly happy and smiled until her eyes curved. What did that youth do? He moved all of Falling Parasol over there. He even tore down large sections of Ink Garden's walls, built some shops, and gave them to people to do business. Who paid, Wang Taishu, or the family of the Shun youth who followed him? It is his own money. The wine shop's business has been good these years, and he seems to have accumulated a lot of money. Also, he does not seem to care much about money. In a quiet study, bright sunlight shone through the carved window. The palace beauty who had gone to Falling Parasol had changed into palace attire and was sitting in the bright light. Hearing the report of the middle-aged man in black official robes, her originally porcelain-like face became gloomy. Even the bright sunlight couldn't illuminate it. He is using this to express his dissatisfaction. He is very dissatisfied. She pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. The middle-aged official in black robes who stood with his head bowed did not move at all, but a hint of mockery flashed through the depths of his eyes. He thought to himself that anyone who could think clearly would be dissatisfied to receive such a reward after making a great contribution. But when it landed in the mouth of the nobleman beside the empress, this kind of dissatisfaction seemed to be undeserved. He should know whose intentions this is. Since he knows whose decree this is, and dares to use such a method to express dissatisfaction, he needs to pay the price. Only by lowering one's head can one inherit the crown. As an official, one must first understand respect and obedience. I hope that after this matter, he will understand. The palace beauty's face grew colder. She looked at the middle-aged official and said slowly, his confidence should come from his rapid cultivation advancement. He should be thinking of having a great breakthrough before the Minute Mountain Sword trials. Since that is the case, I will not give him too much time. Go to Minute Mountain Sword Sect for me, and have the Minute Mountain Sword trials move forward to 10 days later. The middle-aged official in black robes took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Inside, there seemed to be another person shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Just a person next to the Empress could cause the Minute Mountain Sword trials to move forward. Who would dare to express any dissatisfaction with such a thing? His heart was filled with deep sympathy for the future of the wine shop youth. The Crown Prince's coronation will be held for the Minute Mountain Sword trials in 10 days. But the palace beauty did not seem satisfied. She looked indifferently at the middle-aged official and said, "At that time, he will understand that some things are not what he can think or do." Chapter 227. The middle-aged official in black robes accepted the order and left with a cold heart. Before the Deer Mountain Conference, the mistress of the imperial palace had control over some matters in Changling. Now, just this small matter was enough for him to realize that her control over the cultivators of Changling would be even stricter. "Let General Liang in." The palace beauty yelled at the middle-aged official in black robes who had retreated. Steady footsteps sounded in the quiet courtyard. An indescribable murderous presence flooded into the study. His military boots crossed the vermilion threshold and Liang Lian appeared in front of the palace beauty. Without any greeting, Liang Lian slowly looked up when he walked into the study. His expression was as cold as water. "You probably find it very unpleasant." The palace beauty's expression quickly turned cold. Her gaze passed by Liang Lian's straight body and looked at the blue sky through the window. "Usually, it is the Empress who sees you personally. Today, it is me who sees you, and has you wait for me. But I can tell you, if you cannot give a satisfactory explanation, it will always be me who sees you." Liang Lian thought of the Empress' perfect face in the inner palace and a self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "When does she prepare to expel me from Changling?" The palace beauty looked away and at him. She said, "The Minute Mountain Sword trials have ended." Once the Deer Mountain Conference ended, she lost her patience as expected. Liang Lian shook his head and then turned to leave without another word. The beauty in the palace's expression did not change at all. She quietly added, "The Minute Mountain Sword trials will start in 10 days. Liang Lian had just stepped over the vermilion door. Hearing her words, his brow furrowed and his raised foot paused slightly in the air. Minute Mountain Sword Sect will open in 10 days. The middle-aged official in black robes who had left the study before Liang Lian had boarded a black carriage waiting for him. As he put down the curtain, he said softly to a young official standing respectfully next to the carriage. The morning wind was still chilly. The Zhu family ink garden, which should have been quiet, was filled with clanging sounds and unusually lively. There were at least 5 or 6 groups of craftsmen working around a high wall that had been taken down. The residents of Falling Parasol were moving things into the garden. Some clothing that had been in boxes for many years finally saw the light of day and were drying everywhere in the garden. Many of the neighbors gathered around the houses they had chosen. While they were happy, they were also discussing what to add. Should they not add a stove in such an exquisite house? Was it too shabby for those patched bedding piled on the large carved bed? Some of the neighbors in the nearby streets rushed over to watch the show. They enviously described how Ink Garden used to be and how difficult it was to get close. At the same time, they kindly reminded them where the nearest market was, and where the nearest well and pond for washing rice was. The Zhu family ink garden was so cold in the past. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was a sword cultivation school. This wine shop youth just moved here a few days ago and wants to turn this place into a market. What a great joke. In a private room on the second floor of a nearby tea house, a middle-aged man in plain robes said with slight disdain, Zheng Xiu probably would not have thought that this wine shop youth would use such a joke to express his displeasure. So Minute Mountain Sword Sect will open in 10 days? A black-robed man next to him sneered. If it is just to respond to this wine shop youth's displeasure and not give him enough time to prepare, then it is a joke to everyone. This black-robed man had handsome features and looked very young. But there was a thread of white between his eyebrows. He did not give off any terrifying presence, but people felt a strong sense of danger. The middle-aged man in plain robes turned to look at the black-robed man and said slowly, "This is something that can be predicted. Before the Deer Mountain Conference, those families that did not displease her could ask for peace in Changling. But she and Yuanwu did everything they wanted to do before and after the Deer Mountain Conference. In the future, it is not just a question of displeasing her, but who she chooses to be the pillars of the Qin dynasty, and who must be eliminated." The black-robed man sneered and said, "So this is a joke that Zheng Xiu is purposefully playing with everyone in my court. She wants to see who is dissatisfied. The Deer Mountain Conference is the battle of Yuanwu and the experts of the world. But this Minute Mountain Sword Trials is her wanting to completely manage the internal affairs of our court." The middle-aged man in plain robes said emotionally, "This wine-shop youth has sharp eyes to use such a method to express his dissatisfaction with her. But no matter what, even if we do not interfere, just based on the intentions of Li Lingjun and the Empress, he will not be able to go far in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, much less enter the final 3. Since Zheng Xiu is joking like this, then why don't everyone play?" The black-robed man looked at Ink Garden, whose black and white lights had disappeared, and said coolly, "I bet that this youth can enter the final 3. Causing the Minute Mountain Sword Trials to be brought forward did not mean that the Qin dynasty's empress was narrow-minded, or the palace attendant who worked for her was narrow-minded to argue with a wine-shop youth. It represented a kind of recklessness, or rather, a kind of dominance." In the 12th year of Yuanwu, in this season between spring and early summer after the Deer Mountain Conference ended, the Qin dynasty that had kept a low profile for many years finally showed dominance again. The emperor and empress, who had been sitting on the throne with the attitude of those who submit will prosper and those who resist will perish, finally showed their dominance. In the small courtyard where forefather Zhu had lived, Ding Ning looked at Wang Taishu, whose complexion was completely red. He asked with a frown, "Is the news true?" Wang Taishu glanced at him and said, "More solid than a solid rock." Ding Ning said after a moment of silence, "Prepare a carriage for me. I need to return to White Goat Cave immediately. What do you plan to do?" When Wang Taishu left, Zhongsun Chenshua's figure appeared behind Ding Ning. Her cool voice had a rare solemnity. "Dozens of days have become 10 days. Normally, you will not be able to raise your cultivation from Realm 3 second class to Realm 3 first class. Since Zhang Xiu has clearly expressed this, if you are not Realm 3 first class, you will have a hard time winning the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. If you cannot win, you will not be able to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate the methods you want. You will quickly die. But if you use extreme methods to raise your cultivation to Realm 3 first class in this short time, I fear your secret will be exposed, and then you will die. Regardless of the choice, this seems to be a dead end. I do not understand, so I want to know what you plan to do in White Goat Cave." Zhongsun Chenshua's long eyelashes fluttered as she looked at the calm Ding Ning. "I will not expose the 9 death silkworm. This is not a dead end with no chance, because everyone thinks that I cultivate the ordinary spirit source way truth, but in reality, what I obtained from the White Goat Cave library is the Severing 3 Corpses Non-Self-Consciousness Sutra." Zhong Yi drove the carriage himself towards White Goat Cave. Little sect brother, the wind messed up Zhong Yi's hair and his heart. He made the mistake of calling out his habitual title of Little Sect Brother. "Nothing." Ding Ning looked up slightly with his eyes closed. He thought and said, "Cave Master's health is not good. From another perspective, it is a good thing that the Minute Mountain Sword Trials are being brought forward." Zhong Yi was startled. He suddenly felt something stuck in his throat and couldn't speak for a while. After a while, he nodded and said softly, "How confident are you?" 70%, Ding Ning thought seriously and said. 70%. Zhong Yi shouted in shock. Because he could hear that Ding Ning was not joking, he was truly shocked. Only he, Shen Yi, and Shui Wangshu knew that Ding Ning did not want to enter the top 10 or top 3 in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, but to win the championship. Ding Ning nodded calmly and said softly in self-mockery, "I have already gambled my life. If I cannot exchange it for 70% confidence, then I am too weak." The gates of White Goat Cave were quiet. After a few simple words with a sect uncle, Zhong Yi and Ding Ning flew up the mountain path. Zhongyi's figure stopped outside the library cave while Ding Ning continued to fly up until he arrived in front of the grass huts in the gorge. Just like his previous cultivation, Ding Ning sat down on a meditation mat in one of the huts. Then he calmly closed his eyes and almost immediately entered a state of introspection cultivation. But unlike his usual cultivation, the moment he started to cultivate, Ding Ning's presence became wild. Countless silkworm sounds came from his body, and the feeling these silkworm sounds gave off was like countless little silkworms that had been starving for a long time were exerting their strength towards his body, using all of their strength to tear apart fresh mulberry leaves and swallow them into their stomachs. His body gave off a pale white light. With a cracking sound, the praying mat, which was woven from an unknown spiritual grass, was instantly torn into countless pieces. The spirit chi that was originally slowly being released turned into a violent torrent at this moment, rushing into his body at an astonishing speed. At the same time, his tightly clenched right hand seemed to become transparent and gave off starlight. His 5 fingers were slowly pushed open by a strange force. The pure white human sovereign jade annulus floated in his palm. Countless paths made from starlight flew around him like it was an independent little world. Ding Ning's body shook slightly. 5 soft sounds came from his body like 5 shackles had been unlocked. His presence grew even more wild. His face turned a sickly red. Then, strands of multicolored light continuously seeped out from his skin. The light became more and more intense, as if it was burning fiercely outside his body. Chapter 228. The multicolored light was the light of the energies in his body. The energies were so strong they seemed to be burning. The organs that produced the energies in his body seemed to be burning as well. It was not something that his body could naturally endure, so it would naturally cause him great pain. His body reacted naturally at the first moment. His heart beat violently, the blood in his veins spurting out. He sweated profusely, and then the sweat was quickly evaporated by his body temperature. His body was in pain, but his brow smoothed out. Personality was innate, but in many aspects, it could be contagious. After being with Zhongsun Qianxue for a long time, while he could be as calm as usual, his love and hate became exceptionally clear. The feeling of hatred became simpler and purer. It was like white snow and black tiles. The boundaries were clearly defined, and there were no other emotions mixed in. There was no conflict. Love and hate were simple and clean. While his body was in pain, his mind was carefree. The palace attendant's surname was Rome. She had been with Zheng Xiu since she was young. She was the person most familiar with Zheng Xiu and understood Zheng Xiu's thoughts. So she was like Zheng Xiu's other brain. Everything she did was based on Zheng Xiu's thoughts. The Minute Mountain Sword trials had been brought forward because they did not want him to have a chance to win. Yet what he had obtained from White Goat Cave was not the ordinary explanation of the Spirit Sourceway, but the Violent Three Corpses Non-Self-Consciousness Sutra. Using this method to stimulate his energies like he was igniting his organs would cause his body to overwork even more, like putting a quickly burning candle into charcoal. But at least, it could conceal his 9-death silkworm, and give him a convincing reason for his great increase in cultivation in this short period of time. Such a painful matter that did not allow Zheng Xiu to do as she wished suddenly became cute. Zhongyi looked silently at the valley where the spirit vein was, and in the direction of Ding Ning's thatched hut. Since last winter, he had been cultivating in Falling Parasol. While he had been serving Shui Wangshu most of the time, and spent most of his time on insignificant matters to cultivators, the comprehension he gained in ordinary times was unprecedented. But he, who was used to calling Ding Ning little sect brother, had never thought about what would happen to him at the Minute Mountain Sword trials. He put all his thoughts on Ding Ning. At this time, he was reading scriptures in the library cave, but in reality, he was protecting Ding Ning, who was cultivating in the spirit vein gorge of White Goat Cave, and ensuring he could cultivate peacefully and undisturbed. Thinking of Shui Wangshu's weakening body, and the importance of the Minute Mountain Sword trials to Ding Ning, he could not help but say inside, "Little sect brother, you must win." In the quiet mountain, time passed as usual. Ding Ning's overheated organs were still burning fiercely. The vigorous energies and the spirit energy flowing into his body met, sank into his energy sea, and turned into vital energy. Life was truly burning. The blood in his veins flowed faster, but the blood in his veins became sparse. The marrow river in his bones also became slightly dry. Specks of white frost slowly appeared in his pitch-black hair. His organs seemed to have shrunk slightly. All of this reminded his perception of what kind of bad change was occurring in his body. Such a change would be the greatest terror for ordinary cultivators, but his expression was still calm and filled with pleasure. As time passed, the vital energy in his body grew stronger and surged. Finally, puff, puff. 2 soft sounds came from the other 2 quiet thatched cottages. The 2 meditation mats that no one was sitting on exploded at the same time. But the shattered pieces of grass did not spray outwards, and were sucked into the spirit vein that had been giving off spirit energy. The spirit vein that had been giving off spirit energy turned into 2 powerful whirlpools that sucked inwards. The spirit energy of the 3 spirit veins were all attracted by the invisible silkworms under Ding Ning, and furiously flooded into his body. A strange gust of wind was generated in the valley. Many disordered gusts of wind came from all directions and drilled into the thatched huts through the gaps. The 3 thatched huts couldn't withstand the external pressure, and started to shake and collapse inwardly at the same time. Multiple figures appeared on the mountain path, and were about to fly into the mountain valley. But Zhong Yi, standing outside the library cave, bowed deeply to those figures, shook his head and said, "No." Layers of straw, fallen leaves, and withered grass covered Ding Ning's body. An enormous yellow cocoon seemed to form around Ding Ning's body. The terrifying amount of spirit energy could not merge, and turned into chaotic flows in Ding Ning's body. Ding Ning's body gave off cracking sounds. Not just his blood vessels, but even some of his tendons and flesh could not withstand it and split apart. In every moment, Ding Ning's body seemed to be about to split into pieces. Yet some invisible little silkworms would appear at the right time, at the right place, and gulp down the spirit energy that was charging towards the cracks. The torrents of spirit chi that rushed into his body eventually turned into vortexes that had an even greater attractive force. Pa. The spirit vein under him first gave off a clear sound like cowhide rope snapping. The spirit energy in this spirit vein was the first to dry up and stop flowing. Pa. Pa. Then the second, the third. The 3 spirit veins of White Goat Cave all dried up. More invisible little silkworms surged out of his body. All of these invisible little silkworms did the same thing, furiously consume the spirit energy in his body. The terrifying attraction to his body started to disappear. More and more vital energy charged at some meridian points in his body. Inside those meridian points, there seemed to be doors connecting to the world around him that were about to open. That represented another realm. He could charge into another realm, but he knew it was enough. So he slowly opened his eyes and did his best to spread his vital energy evenly to every corner of his body. All of the withered leaves wrapped around his body immediately fell and spread outwards like a wave. On the mountain path outside the library cave, Zhong Yi closed his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his face was as pale as snow. He was very nervous. Both the change in the wind in the mountain, and the arrival of the day when he had to leave White Goat Cave for Minute Mountain Sword Sect made him certain he was about to see Ding Ning. His back was completely soaked. A gust of wind blew over. A familiar figure entered his field of vision. While he was prepared, the moment he saw Ding Ning, he was still stunned and forgot to breathe. Little sect brother, his eyes were filled with great shock. The breeze blew at Ding Ning's hair. Among her black hair, there were specks of white everywhere. Ding Ning seemed to be older, but his body was not tall, and appeared even thinner. What shocked him the most was that there seemed to be rainbows flowing under Ding Ning's pale skin, as though there would be colored flames ready to cut through the skin at any time. Little sect brother, you. He finally sensed what had happened to Ding Ning's vital energy, and what price Ding Ning had paid for this. Shock flooded his eyes again. Eldest sect brother, do not shout. Yet Ding Ning nodded at him and said calmly, Little sect brother, Shinyi should be in Ink Garden right now. We need to depart to receive Little sect brother and cave master. Spring faded, summer thickened, and the air became more dry. It had not rained for many days. The wheels rolled on the path, and created plumes of dust. In a pavilion on a hill in the outskirts of Changling, the black-robed man with a calm presence who always gave off a dangerous feeling was using an iron kettle to boil tea. He looked at the carriages and horses that sped along the road in silence. The plain-robed man who had seen Ink Garden with him was washing cups. Seeing a black carriage pass, he turned to look at the black-robed man and said, "What do you think now?" People's thoughts would often change. While it had only been a few days, he still had to confirm the black-robed man's thoughts. The Minute Mountain sword trials are about to start. What thoughts can I have? Facing his caution, the black-robed man smiled disdainfully. I only hope that the wine shop youth will not change his mind, and not dare to attend the Minute Mountain sword trials. The plain-robed middle-aged man looked at the carriage for a long time. Inside the carriage sat the palace attendant surnamed Rome. With her status, she could enter immediately after Minute Mountain sword sect opened. She did not need to wait outside like the ordinary officials and the students attending the Minute Mountain sword trials. Yet, for some reason, she did not want to reach Minute Mountain before most people. So, she suddenly reached out and knocked twice on the carriage to have the carriage driver slow down. Two comfortable carriages covered in soft cushions had stopped at the gates of Ink Garden. When Zhongyi's carriage stopped at the gates of Ink Garden, Wang Taishu and Xinyi helped Shui Wangshu out of Ink Garden. Too risky. Shui Wangshu shook his head and said when he saw Ding Ning jump off the carriage behind Zhongyi. Fight to survive in the face of death. Ding Ning bowed seriously to him and said, also, this way, one does not need to consider other possibilities and can focus more. Wang Taishu took a deep breath. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes. An uncertain attitude is usually the most dangerous. Ding Ning seemed to see through his thoughts and said to him. This was the case. Wang Taishu was speechless. So they set off. The two comfortable carriages started to leave Ink Garden and head towards Minute Mountain. Chapter 229. In the southwest of Changling, there was a white-water river connected to the Wei River. At the end of the white-water river, there was a green mountain. The legendary Minute Mountain sword sect was in this green mountain. The carriages stopped at a meadow at the end of the road. There was only an hour left until the opening of the Minute Mountain sword sect. Other than the young people who looked up at the green mountain with yearning and excitement, there were rows of armored cavalry moving through the surroundings. In some temporary tents, many officials of the Clan Law Bureau were nervously inspecting some ritual tools and offerings. In some places where there were fewer people, there were some swordsmen dressed in black or indigo robes looking around expressionlessly. These swordsmen gave off a dark scent that even sunlight could not burn away. They belonged to the Astrology Bureau or the Divinity Bureau. Each year, the Minute Mountain sword trials were naturally grand. This time, because the Yuanwu Emperor was going to worship the heavens and ancestors and establish a crown prince, the Minute Mountain sword trials became a major event that would go down in history. There were many tourists on the Green Mountain meadow. They purely wanted to see the opening of the Minute Mountain sword sect. At this time, they looked at the ancient indigo trees at the end of the meadow, and grew more expectant and nervous. Those ancient trees were clearly much shorter than the Green Mountain behind them, but when these tourists looked over, the Green Mountains seemed to be covered by these ancient trees. They could see the Green Mountains reaching into the clouds, but they could not see the true appearance of the Green Mountains. Even more importantly, they knew that among the Green Mountains, the tallest one was called Skyscraper. It did not appear in their sight at this time. Hiding a large mountain from the sight of others was an extremely shocking technique even for cultivators, let alone ordinary people who did not understand the principles of cultivation. Some scenes, in their eyes, were almost miracles. But their reactions and anticipation, in the eyes of some people, were childish and laughable. For example, palace attendant Rome next to the Empress. Her carriage was at the very back, and was far from the officials and the students chosen by the cultivation places. Most of the people around her were tourists who had come to see the spectacle. At this time, her gaze fell on these people through the gap in the curtain. Her originally emotionless eyes gradually showed some disgust. Not long after, the ground in the distance began to tremble. Even some of the ordinary people in the surroundings who were purely here to watch the fun felt the abnormality and became restless. 2 hoarse neighs sounded, but the carriage did not move. The palace maid understood what the coachman meant. She tapped twice on the inner wall of the carriage, and the carriage immediately quieted down. Her gaze coldly fell on the official road behind her. Her eyes that were filled with disgust once again turned cold. Along with the trembling of the ground, the voices of the people gradually became louder. The troops that were previously patrolling in the distance gradually gathered together, forming a path in front of the ancient green forest. Without any warning, hundreds of green streams of air flowed out from the ancient forest, sticking close to the ground. The moment the ground suddenly stopped shaking, dozens of ancient green trees disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, replaced by a green jade door. Almost no one paid attention to the size and style of this green jade door. This was because when this green jade door appeared, a perfectly straight mountain path and a huge green mountain appeared in front of everyone. The mountain path and the enormous green mountain had appeared so suddenly that for most people, it was like 2 things had been shoved into their eyes. The mountain path and the huge green mountain were both as straight as swords, and they had a sharp sword intent. As a result, the eyes of most people began to tear up. The more they wanted to see the mountain path and the huge green mountain clearly, the more they could not see clearly for a while. Melodious music sounded. The officials of the bureaus passed through the green jade door and walked onto the mountain path in the back. After the officials of the bureaus passed through the gates of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, the teachers and students of the cultivation places got off their carriages and started to register and pass through the gates. The atmosphere grew solemn and gradually became silent. Why are they not here yet? Are they really scared out of their wits? In the ranks, a youth dressed in luxurious brocade robes turned his head several times and muttered. Amidst the current silence, such a mutter naturally sounded exceptionally ear-piercing. The silver-robed middle-aged teacher beside him immediately paled. He lowered his voice and scolded sternly, "Xie Changsheng, how dare you speak so casually at a time like this? Be careful that I revoke your right to be a student." This youth with a young face who did not seem to care about anything was Xie Changsheng, the only son of the wealthy Xie family of Guanzhong. Hearing the middle-aged teacher's scolding, he immediately became angry. "Sect Uncle Chen, I spent a lot of money to buy this right to be a student. Real money, what right do you have to revoke my right to be a student? Even the abbey master does not dare to say such a thing." The middle-aged teacher in silver robes shook his head and turned away angrily from Xie Changsheng. "I was wondering who it was. So it is the only son of the Xie family." He bought a spot. The surrounding students from cultivation places who heard Xie Changsheng's words had disdainful expressions. Clearly, Xie Changsheng's cultivation was not enough to represent Baiyun Monastery in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, but he had donated a great deal of wealth in exchange for a spot like this. Why has that wine shop youth not come yet? After learning of Xie Changsheng's identity, most of the students who heard Xie Changsheng's mutterings knew that Xie Changsheng was speaking of Ding Ning. After the Deer Mountain Conference, the rankings of the Book of Talents had changed many times. Some people's names disappeared directly while some people's names rose quickly. While Ding Ning was never heard of fighting again, the Zhu family inexplicably disappeared from Changling. The ink garden of the Zhu family inexplicably belonged to this wine shop youth. His ranking on the Book of Talents quietly rose to 29th, and he was the one with the most astounding rise on the Book of Talents. Regardless of what happened during the Deer Mountain Conference, in the minds of all the students attending the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, Ding Ning, this wine shop youth, was one of the opponents they were most wary of. Yet, would this wine shop youth give up on this event due to some unexpected reason? "I believe he will come." A determined female voice sounded and reached Xie Changsheng's ears. Xie Changsheng's eyebrows rose slightly. He did not need to turn his head to recognize Nangong Caishu's voice. Behind the green jade gates, there were multiple officials in black robes responsible for recording the students participating in the trials. Behind these officials, there was an older official in black robes. He did not hold a brush or paper, but just watched with his hands behind his back. At this time, he clearly heard Nangong Caishu's words. But when he thought of the personality of the mistress of the imperial palace, a faint disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. He thought, even if she came, what could she do? It would be a pity if he did not come. At this time, a cold voice reached the ears of Xie Changsheng and the others, as well as this older official in black robes. Xie Changsheng turned his head, but his pupils contracted rapidly. The official in black robes looked in the direction of the voice, and his breathing paused slightly. The speaker was Ku Shichuan. He was not unfamiliar to Xie Changsheng and the others. But in just a few months, his appearance had changed greatly from before. His figure was thinner, and even his face appeared longer. What was most frightening was that his eyes were slightly sunken. His eyes seemed to be in two deep shadows, and the corners of his eyes were bloodshot as though they would seep out of his skin at any time. Hoofbeats sounded on the path. At this time, the students at the end of the line were about to pass through the gates. Some tourists who were crying but still could not see the mountain path behind the gates and skyscraper peak where Minute Mountain Sword Sect was located covered their eyes and turned around. They wondered who was so arrogant to only arrive now. Palace attendant Rong looked expressionlessly at the two carriages that had arrived late like she was looking at two insignificant ants. But when the two carriages stopped, and Ding Ning lifted the curtain, and she sensed Ding Ning's presence, her eyes filled with shock, and then anger. Her face was cold and gave off a porcelain-like glow. Then she shouted softly. The carriage carrying her moved and stopped in front of Ding Ning and the others who had just gotten off the carriage. When the carriage started moving, Ding Ning already knew who was inside. He took a deep breath as his expression turned slightly cold. Zhong Yi and Shen Yi were busy helping Shui Wangshu off the carriage when they suddenly felt the coldness from the carriage. Their bodies inexplicably froze and they felt great terror. You disappoint me too much. The black curtain of the carriage rippled like a tide and revealed a gap. Palace attendant Rong's cold face appeared for a moment in front of Ding Ning and the others and then disappeared behind the curtain. Only an emotionless voice slowly spoke. I can tolerate your willfulness in Ink Garden, but you should not do this again. Ding Ning looked calmly at the black curtain and said, I do not understand your meaning. Behind the black curtain, Palace attendant Rong did not argue or scold. She said in a cool tone, you should not have done this. As she said this, the hot air suddenly turned cold. A hand appeared in front of Ding Ning. A hand formed from primal energies of the universe. Chapter 230. When the hot air in front of him turned cold, Zhong Yi's body stiffened. The sword sheath at his waist started to vibrate. He instinctively wanted to attack, even though he knew that palace attendant Rong in the carriage was of noble status, so noble that a casual word from her could make many cultivators like him disappear from Changling. But at this time, Shui Wangshu, who he was supporting, shook his head gently. The shake of the head was not to stop him, but to tell Zhong Yi that any action was useless. This hand made from primal energies of the universe gave off a white porcelain light like it was made in the best kiln in the world. When it appeared in front of Ding Ning, the air around Zhong Yi and Ding Ning was compressed to a tangible state. Zhong Yi could not pull out his sword even if he wanted to. Ding Ning looked down at this hand. He could not fight back. But inexplicably, he said softly in a cold tone, just peek Realm 6. Palace attendant Rong's brows also showed some coldness. In her view, what she had done before was to teach this wine shop youth to follow some of Changling's rules. She did not consider whether her actions were fair to this youth. She only thought that this youth was stubborn, and was going further and further in the wrong direction. The black carriage curtains in front of her rippled again. The porcelain hand made from primal energies of the universe landed on Ding Ning's body. There was a soft pop. The seemingly heavy hand disappeared as though it had permeated Ding Ning's body. The clothes on Ding Ning's back immediately bulged. Countless tiny sounds came from the skin on his back, like many leather rafts leaking air. The green robe lit up and shot out countless rays of light. Within each ray of light, there was a strong gust of wind. Within each gust of wind, there was a pure and clear aura. Zhong Yi and Chen Yi's faces turned pale. Extreme fear and anger made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Ding Ning's expression was calm and cold. Nothing had changed, but his skin had paled slightly. Under the pale skin, the 5 colors were eerie, as though many colorful centipedes were crawling, as though they would burrow out of his body at any moment. The tourists nearby didn't know what was going on, but they subconsciously felt the fear of death. They all retreated in horror. The black carriage curtains still trembled slightly. Inside the carriage, palace attendant Rong looked coldly at Ding Ning and slowly said, "According to Fang Xiumu's judgment, if you start to cultivate, you may not live to the prime of your life. Now that you are activating your energies so fiercely, you will not live more than a few years. Fight to live from the brink of death." Do you think that by using a cultivation method to forcefully stimulate the vigorous production of the 5 energies in your organs and forcefully raise your cultivation, you can gain a place in the trials? She paused, shook her head and said coldly, "But you should understand now, after being put to death, how can you decide whether to live or die? How can you do this?" Due to his anger, Zhongyi's face turned from pale to red. He wanted to curse this palace attendant, but because he had always been a gentleman, even in his anger, he could only shout. That hand made from primal energies of the universe did not cause any real damage to Ding Ning, but forced most of the vital energy stored in Ding Ning's body out of his body. Ding Ning's cultivation was Realm 3 first class, but his body was extremely empty. He only had cultivation but not much vital energy. Even more importantly, the Minute Mountain Sword trials were about to start. Ding Ning did not have enough time to replenish his vital energy. Palace attendant Rong's expression did not change. Her gaze landed on Shui Wangshu next to Zhongyi. A hint of coldness appeared in the hot air again. In the sky, a shadow seemed to fall on Zhongyi, Shenyi, and Shui Wangshu. Ding Ning's breathing suddenly stopped. Zhongyi and Shenyi felt cold all over. Shui Wangshu, who they were supporting, coughed softly, a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. "You venomous woman." Zhongyi suddenly realized what had happened. Even though he was extremely angry just now, he didn't say anything unpleasant. This was the first time in his life that he cursed out loud in a cursing tone. Letting the White Goat Cave disciples attend the Minute Mountain Sword trials is the greatest tolerance. Palace attendant Rong looked coldly at Ding Ning and Shui Wangshu. "I have given you many chances, but you do not know how to repent. Shui Wangshu, while you have come to watch the Minute Mountain Sword trials, your body is too weak, and you cannot finish watching the Minute Mountain Sword trials." Shenyi was stunned. He felt that the coldness just now seemed to reach deep into his bones. But now, his body had warmed up. He did not understand what had happened. Why would the usually gentle eldest sect brother be so angry? Yet when he heard palace attendant Rong's words, he started to understand what effect that cold, which was nothing to him, had on the weak Shui Wangshu. His body uncontrollably trembled. Letting you watch the Minute Mountain Sword trials does not mean letting you watch the entire Minute Mountain Sword trials. Palace attendant Rong's expression suddenly turned cold. "I came out personally to teach you to follow the rules of Changling. Do you still not understand?" Zhongyi's hand trembled even more, his knuckles turning white. His sword was about to be pulled out. "I understand." But at this time, Ding Ning took a step forward. Ding Ning took a step to block his view of the black carriage. Palace attendant Rong's eyes suddenly narrowed. She did not release any primal energies of the universe, but the air in front of her seemed to be filled with a cold presence. What made her feel even colder was the calm murderousness on Ding Ning's face. Ding Ning's face seemed to be covered in thin layers of ice cut off by swords. The edges were sharp and layered, and could not be seen through. "I understand. Because the Deer Mountain Conference has ended and nothing unexpected happened, you do not have to consider the opinions of many people." Ding Ning looked at her behind the black curtain and said. "But you should understand that there are some things that didn't happen because of me. I do not need any rewards. I just want to use my own strength to quietly attend the Minute Mountain Sword trials, and let Cave Master watch the Minute Mountain Sword trials. Am I wrong?" Palace attendant Rong's expression darkened. She did not need to think if these words were reasonable. To her, the you Ding Ning spoke of was not referring to her. "You have gone too far." Ding Ning took a deep breath. He did not disguise his murderousness and said seriously, If you are just targeting me, so be it, but you, Ding Ning. Shui Wangshu seemed to know what Ding Ning was going to say. His expression changed and he shouted. You are just a palace attendant who is at the peak of Realm 6 and not even Realm 7. Who do you think you are? But Ding Ning did not stop speaking. He looked at the black curtain in front of him and said calmly but with a heavier tone, after the Minute Mountain Sword trials, I will challenge you. I will kill you. It was laughable for a Realm 3 first-class cultivator to say such things to a peak Realm 6 cultivator. But no one found it laughable at this time. Palace attendant Rong's eyes narrowed like a tiger seeing blood. How long can you live? She sneered and then said darkly, if you have the courage to challenge me in the future, I will give you a chance. You cannot refuse. Refusing a duel in Changling is a shameful thing. You will not endure the humiliation of someone like me. Also, you definitely have relatives. Ding Ning looked at this palace attendant and repeated, emphasizing each word, you are just a palace attendant. You are threatening me? Palace attendant Rong laughed disdainfully. A low-level cultivator like Ding Ning was too insignificant to her. So in front of such words, she could not even feel much anger. Cave Master, Zhongyi gave a sorrowful cry. Shui Wangshu's body had been deteriorating all this time, but now, even he could feel the speed of the deterioration. Shui Wangshu sighed softly. He looked at Zhongyi and Shunyi next to him, and then at Ding Ning and the gates of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. At this time, he felt both satisfied and helpless. You can beg me now. Ding Ning looked at the black curtain and said coldly, all the students participating in the Minute Mountain Sword trials have entered the gates. Next, the Holy One will worship the heavens and establish the Crown Prince. He will not stop for anyone. If I do not enter the gates now, everyone will think that you are blocking me. If you block me from entering the gates, in everyone's eyes, you have gone overboard. Even if you do not care what other people think, your actions should be acceptable. So you can beg me now, beg me to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect. How dare you? Palace attendant Rong shouted harshly. Her expression changed several times and then she tapped lightly on the carriage. The carriage carrying her immediately started to gallop away from Ding Ning and the others. She naturally did not think that Ding Ning and the others would not enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect. So she would not beg Ding Ning. But being forced to move away from Ding Ning to show that she did not want to block his path was an unbearable defeat and humiliation for her. Little sect brother, Zhongyi's mouth twitched. He called out the wrong form of address again. He really wanted to cry. After this trial, he would not just lose a respected teacher, but also this junior sect brother in front of him. Let's enter the gates. But Ding Ning turned coldly and walked towards him. Eldest sect brother, I will support Cave Master. I have something to say to Cave Master alone. Chapter 231. Senior sect brother. While their names were different, when they exclaimed, Shunyi and Zhongyi were just as sorrowful. You and eldest sect brother walk at the front. I will support Cave Master alone. Ding Ning tried to make his tone as calm as possible, but his actions still showed that his state of mind was very different from usual. He almost rudely pushed aside Shunyi, and let Shunyi and Zhongyi walk at the front. Sorry. Ding Ning said softly. This was not for Shunyi, but for Shui Wangshu whom he was supporting. Shui Wangshu grimaced as he looked at Ding Ning and said, You almost lost your life, and you still say sorry to me. Ding Ning's throat moved slightly as though he was swallowing something with difficulty. He was silent for many breaths, and then looked up at Zhongyi and Shunyi who were still trembling. He finally made up his mind and lowered his voice to a whisper. Remember when I came back from Wu Mountain, I asked you if you wanted to continue living? Actually, I'm not just asking casually. Shui Wangshu's eyes had not had much light, and were extremely calm, like a pool of muddy still water. But when Ding Ning said these words, great waves suddenly formed in his eyes. His heart beat violently as if it had completely regained its vitality. Incomparable shock was constantly being pushed into every part of his body. This kind of shock was even stronger than when he had just reached Realm 7 and felt the difference between Realm 7 and 6. So this is. He sensed the countless threads of energy entering his body. He sensed the end of the threads of energy and struggled to raise his head to look at Ding Ning. Ding Ning nodded. So you are. Shui Wangshu looked at Ding Ning's serious features, and felt it was even more unreal and absurd. Countless memories and scenes charged into his mind, overlapping like time and space, causing him to lose his ability to think. But the changes deep in his body caused him to quickly wake up. No. He shook his head and said softly, there is no meaning. Ding Ning was silent for a moment. He wanted to speak. But Shui Wangshu looked at him and said softly, I say there is no meaning, not if we can survive the Minute Mountain Sword trials and escape after you let me live. I know that since you made such a decision, there is a possibility of escape. Ding Ning's lips pressed together. He maintained his silence. Shui Wangshu looked emotionally at him, his gaze complicated. I had never thought that you were his heir. I had never thought such a thing would happen. Even if other people gave me such a hypothesis, and asked me to imagine what I would feel after such a thing happened, I would not be able to imagine it. But when such a thing happened in front of me, the first thing I thought of after my shock was, what should I do? I am a Qin person, and I am loyal to the Holy One. No matter how many shady methods the Holy One used to take the throne, he is still a satisfactory emperor. Shui Wangshu smiled bitterly. You want me to live and show your true method. You made the most important decision. For me, this decision is also very important. I do not know what you will do in the future. I am a Qin person, so in the end, my decision is to not help either side. When you came back from Wu Mountain, I said to you that life and death are fated. Shui Wangshu was panting and weak, but he still managed to look up at Ding Ning and said, if I die here, it is my fate, but you can fight. Not help either side. Ding Ning, who had been silent with his lips pressed together, smiled bleakly and said, Old man, why do you have to find such an excuse for me? Do not forget the glory you promised me. Shui Wangshu smiled and did not argue with Ding Ning. There was reluctance in his eyes, but they grew gentler and calmer. If possible, get first for White Goat Cave. Ding Ning took a deep breath and said slowly, I cannot even see it, is there any meaning? There is meaning. Shui Wangshu nodded with difficulty. Since you have such an identity, as long as you agree, I think you can do it. Just imagining the scene at that time makes me very happy. Ding Ning was silent again. This is fate. I was fated to meet his heir in White Goat Cave. I already feel the wonders of life and feel honored. Shui Wangshu looked calmly at him and said, so you do not have any difficult choices now. Regarding life and death, it is always easy to choose for yourself, and difficult for others. Ding Ning bowed his head and said slowly. As he said this, the invisible threads that flooded into Shui Wangshu's body started to retract. Enormous pain filled Ding Ning's body. Shui Wangshu grew weaker. He felt his body sinking, but he still smiled and patted Ding Ning's back. Behind the green jade gates of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, most of the students had gathered in front of the mountain path facing the gates. This mountain path led straight to the top of Skyscraper Peak. Although the sword intent was so glaring that it was impossible to see what was at the top, it gave people the feeling that a sword mark had cut straight from the top of the mountain to the bottom. The mountain path was completely paved with green jade. There were no other colors on the surface. The luxury of the materials was unimaginable in the world. In front of the mountain path was an empty space with many ceremonial items set up. On one side of the mountain path, where everyone could see, a patch of white clouds seemed to have been brushed aside by someone, revealing a bright yellow altar for heaven worship. Anyone could imagine that this was the place where the Holy One would appear when he offered sacrifices to the ancestors and chose the crown prince. Even though they were very far from the altar, most students still wanted to be closer to the Holy One. So while they were not allowed to climb the mountain path, they still tried to get as close as possible. A small portion of people were exceptions. Xie Changsheng was at the very back of the students. Even the White Cloud Monastery teacher who had come with him was ashamed to be with him and walked to the side. For Xie Changsheng, most of the people at the very back were people he was familiar with, including his sister Xie Ru, who gave him the greatest headache. But when Ding Ning and Shui Wangshu appeared in his sight, he completely ignored Xie Ru's existence. He did not know what had happened between palace attendant Rong and Ding Ning and the others. But when he saw Zhong Yi and Shen Yi from a distance, and saw Ding Ning and Xue Wangshu supporting each other as they walked forward, an indescribable silent power easily struck the softest part of his heart. He could not help but frown deeply. A feeling of pain filled his body. He was not the only one who felt this. Even the black-robed officials behind the green jade gates had grave expressions and stopped breathing. When Ding Ning and Ding Ning came close and sensed their presence, the black-robed official who had been standing with his hands behind his back raised an eyebrow. His white face turned slightly red, and an uncontrollable anger spread through his body. Xie Ru's face had been slightly red, but in contrast to this black-robed official, her face grew paler until it was pale. Nangong Caishu and Xu Hashan were standing next to her. When they saw Zhong Yi and Shen Yi's expressions, their hands started to tremble. "You reap what you sow." At this time, a youth in light blue brocade robes sneered disdainfully from the side. "This is the result of being smart." Xie Changsheng suddenly turned around. If this was any other time, he would use the most vicious words to fight back against this youth he did not know. But the silent and suppressive power that Ding Ning and the others gave off prevented him from even thinking of cursing. He was filled with irritation and killing intent. "Who is this person?" he asked Nangong Caishu and Xu Hashan coldly. "Zhu Wangnian, the person after Ding Ning on the Book of Talents." Nangong Caishu's tone was bitter as though it was difficult to answer, but each word was as cold as ice. "What, you ask me who I am in such a tone? Do you want to seek revenge in the future?" Xie Changsheng did not immediately curse, but when Zhu Wangnian heard his question, he sneered disdainfully. His face was as young and tender as Xie Changsheng's, but he was much more arrogant than Xie Changsheng. Not just because his cultivation was much higher than Xie Changsheng, but also because his grandfather was a powerful official of the Palace Historian Bureau. For a son of a powerful family like him, he naturally looked down on people from merchant families, and even people from the streets. Xie Changsheng's breathing grew heavy. "What right do you have to mock him?" But at this time, a cold voice sounded. Zhu Wangnian, Nangong Caishu and the others stilled. They looked towards the voice. The black-robed official with his hands behind his back had come close to them. This middle-aged official in black robes looked coldly at Zhu Wangnian and said coldly, "If you want to mock others for not understanding the situation, you have to think if you have the capital to do so. Think about whether the nobles in the palace will look at you no matter how willful you are. A goshawk with broken wings is still a goshawk in the face of the heavens. No matter how the chicken in the chicken coop cries, it is still a chicken." After saying this, the middle-aged official in black robes no longer looked at Zhu Wangnian. Zhu Wangnian thought about the meaning of these words but could not say anything. His face grew pale and ugly. He Zhaoxi, at this time, Xie Ru and the others suddenly stopped breathing. A figure walked out from the side towards Ding Ning and Xue Wangshu who had just passed through the green jade gates. Then this person did not say a word. He quietly turned around and supported Xue Wangshu. This person wore the uniform of the Green Vine Sword Academy. His figure was not muscular but seemed to contain explosive power. This was the most outstanding disciple of the Green Vine Sword Academy, He Zhaoxi. While White Goat Cave had merged into the Green Vine Sword Academy, he and Xue Wangshu did not have much of a relationship. Yet at this time, he used his silent actions to express his attitude. Zhu Wangnian looked at He Zhaoxi who was walking next to Ding Ning and Xue Wangshu. His expression grew uglier. Chapter 232. The scene was silent. The light of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's green jade gates fell on Ding Ning and the others. The figures of Ding Ning and the others were dazzling. In reality, all the students were looking at Ding Ning who had arrived last. This wineshop youth was not especially strong among the young cultivators of Changling, but had shone brightly ever since he entered White Goat Cave and even overshadowed the light of other geniuses. All the students had different opinions and judgments. But looking at Ding Ning who was silently supporting Xue Wangshu, all the students inexplicably felt uneasy and inexplicably dangerous. Ku Shichuan was in the middle of all the students. In his view, since Ding Ning could rank so high in the Book of Talents, this meant that Ding Ning would not be eliminated early. He was not in a hurry to fight Ding Ning. He did not even want to hurry to see Ding Ning. But when Ding Ning arrived, he seemed to carry endless magic and drew everyone's attention. He looked at Ding Ning and the Shui Wangshu next to Ding Ning. His eyes that seemed to be in the shadows suddenly flashed with a strange color. It felt as though a piece of pine oil was burning in his eyes and giving off thick smoke. A teacher of the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave had been standing next to Ku Shichuan. This teacher was a sect uncle who had been most concerned about Ku Shichuan's cultivation. After Ku Shichuan's astounding comprehension, this sect uncle's status in the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave had greatly increased. He had accompanied Ku Shichuan on important occasions like this. Sensing Ku Shichuan's abnormality, this middle-aged teacher frowned slightly and exhorted softly. Do not take it to heart. This person disobeyed the Empress' good intentions and will not gain anything in the Minute Mountain Sword trials. After this trial, he will fade from everyone's sight in Changling. Ku Shichuan understood the good intentions of this sect uncle. His expression eased slightly and he said slowly, if he is fated to be a shooting star, I hope that this shooting star will end in my hands. This way, his light can add color to me. It is good to have a chance, but one cannot be too stubborn. This middle-aged teacher of the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave nodded. He glanced at Shui Wangshu in the distance and said with slight sympathy, if you are too stubborn, you will become like this Shui Wangshu. Many people looked at Shui Wangshu with pity and sympathy in their eyes. Above Realm 7 was Grandmaster. What kind of achievement was it to reach Realm 7? Yet a true Realm 7 Grandmaster like this could not even see the performance of his closest disciples in the Minute Mountain Sword trials. Most people present were certain that before the Minute Mountain Sword trials officially started, Shui Wangshu would die. Before the Minute Mountain Sword trials, the Holy One would worship the heavens and announce the Crown Prince. Most people present doubted that Shui Wangshu could last until the Holy One's worship ended. Nangong Tsaishu was a student of the Green Vine Sword Academy. After He Zhaoxi went up, she did not hesitate and walked next to Ding Ning. Xie Changsheng did not think before doing things, so he also went up without hesitation. This time, Xie Ru did not stop him. The husband sang and the wife followed. She had sworn that she would not marry anyone other than Ding Ning. While Ding Ning did not recognize her oath, for her, no matter how dangerous Ding Ning was doing, she would follow. Xu Hashan hesitated slightly but still walked next to Nangong Tsaishu. These people, along with Zhong Yi and Shen Yi, formed a small group that was isolated from the surrounding people. Because there were not many people, it did not appear solemn, but sad. There is not enough time. Ever since they walked past the green jade gates of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Ding Ning had maintained his silence. Only when they stopped at the end of the group did he have He Zhaoxi bear all of Shui Wangshu's weight. Then he said softly and seriously by Shui Wangshu's ear, because I helped White Goat Cave get first, this disciple cannot accompany you on the last journey. Shui Wangshu had difficulty breathing at this time, but when he heard Ding Ning's words, he still squeezed out a smile and said gently, I can leave in peace. Eldest sect brother, accompany cave master on the last journey. Ding Ning gave his position to Zhong Yi and bowed deeply to Shui Wangshu. When no one spoke, he took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. Nangong Tsaishu, Xie Changsheng, and the others did not understand the true meaning of Ding Ning and Shui Wangshu's words. But the moment Ding Ning closed his eyes, they sank into shock. In their perception, the moment Ding Ning closed his eyes, Ding Ning's body turned into an absolutely calm pond. There were profound energies flowing in the pond. Many things in the surrounding world that they could not see or even sense were silently flowing into this pond. This was cultivation. Even Realm 5 and 6 cultivators needed a certain amount of time to focus their minds and get rid of their stray thoughts before they could enter this kind of cultivation state. But Ding Ning did not need any time to prepare, and entered this kind of cultivation state the moment he closed his eyes. This was clearly something that was absolutely impossible, yet such a thing was happening right in front of them. Other than this, what shocked them even more was that even with their cultivation, they could sense that Ding Ning's body was extremely empty. So empty that most of the water in the pond had been drained, and even most of the moisture in the moist soil had been squeezed out. Someone forced Ding Ning to use up almost all of his vital energy. Xie Changsheng's face became extremely gloomy. He took a deep breath, looked at Zhong Yi and Chen Yi, and asked, "What happened?" Shen Yi's eyes were red. He wanted to say something, but Zhong Yi said in a trembling voice, "This has nothing to do with you." "What do you mean it has nothing to do with me?" Xie Changsheng knew that Zhong Yi meant well, but he could not help but shout angrily. "We are standing by your side now, is this not our business? Stop arguing." Shen Yi's voice sounded. Xie Changsheng turned his head angrily. He wanted to ask Shen Yi what he had done as a disciple of White Goat Cave. But the moment he turned his head, he could not make a sound. At this moment, everyone around him could no longer make a sound. Xue Wangshu opened his mouth but could not make a sound. This old man seemed to want to say something, but could not make a sound. In the end, he showed a helpless smile. At this time, a soundless movement came from the front. On the sacrificial altar at the top of the mountain path, solemn music rang out. Xie Changsheng suddenly looked up. He knew that the Yuanwu emperor was about to appear. At this time, he should be like the surrounding examinees, his eyes fervent and filled with reverence. But right now, his eyes were filled with anger, as though he wanted to spew his anger onto the sacrificial altar at the end of his sight. Many people were kneeling on the ground of the altar, like an ocean. The Yuanwu emperor walked calmly and confidently, holding the gold scroll, towards the front of the sacrificial altar. Fu Su, dressed splendidly, followed 10 feet behind him. Behind Fu Su were multiple cultivators in indigo robes. When the yellow figure appeared in sight, all the students in front of the mountain path felt that their eyes were not as painful as before. There seemed to be an unusually vast and gentle presence that blocked the sword essence of Minute Mountain for them like an invisible umbrella. This feeling of power and the identity of the yellow figure caused most students to be extremely excited and in awe. They shouted "Long live" again and again. The yellow figure on the sacrificial altar did not stop such voices. He started to recite the prayers without even changing his usual tone. But no one in the mountain could drown out his voice. Every word that came out of his mouth was clearly heard by everyone's ears. The moment he spoke the first word, the sunlight seemed to grow brighter. Everyone seemed to be covered in a layer of golden light. But the light in Xue Wangshu's eyes faded at this time. He did not hear the Yuanwu emperor's prayers. He calmly left the world at this time. Ding Ning also did not hear the Yuanwu emperor's prayers. He forgot everything as he cultivated and replenished his vital energy. Zhong Yi and Shen Yi also did not hear the Yuanwu emperor's prayers. Their minds and bodies were completely taken over by great sorrow. At the back of the sacrificial altar, Fu Su, who had become the crown prince, tried to look down when he heard his name being called. He wanted to see where Ding Ning was. But he was too far away and could not see what was happening below. He could not see where Ding Ning and the others were. Chapter 233. While the complicated etiquette could increase the mystery and solemnity of the ceremony, everyone knew that the Yuanwu emperor hated such formalities. So his prayer to the heavens and ancestors was very simple. In just a dozen sentences, he clearly explained the accomplishments of the Qin dynasty after he ascended the throne and why he had made Fu Su the crown prince. After sealing the golden slip in his hand under the mountain rock in front of the heaven worship platform, the greatest emperor in the history of the great Qin dynasty turned around and left. His bright yellow figure began to disappear from everyone's sight. The aura that seemed to cover the sky began to disappear. Everyone looked at the top of this mountain and felt the piercing sword intent again, causing their eyes to hurt. An emotionless gaze swept across the ranks of the students and the teachers who had sent them over. Many people sensed this gaze and looked back, only to find that it was a palace maid standing behind several officials of the Clan Law Bureau. The students who knew the true identity of this palace attendant and the teachers who had sent them over had cold expressions. Even though their eyes hurt, they did not dare to let tears fall from their eyes. They feared this palace attendant would feel that they were crying for Xue Wangshu's death. Maybe if they showed clear sympathy, there would be unfavorable results for them in the following Minute Mountain sword trials. Even the start of the Minute Mountain Sword trials had been pushed forward by so much. What was strange about some of the events in the Minute Mountain Sword trials being changed? Also, the events of the Minute Mountain Sword trials were different each year. It was much easier to adjust the 1 or 2 Minute Mountain Sword sect cultivators in charge and adjust 1 or 2 events than to move the Minute Mountain Sword trials forward. The black-robed official who had scolded Zhu Wangnian walked slowly behind Zhong Yi and Shen Yi. At this time, Xue Wangshu had passed away. Logically, he should not have let Xue Wangshu's body remain in the field. But he was very sympathetic to the experiences of Ding Ning, Zhong Yi, and the others. He thought that the palace attendant had gone too far in handling this matter. So he was very worried about the emotional backlash of Zhong Yi and the others. However, he did not expect Zhong Yi, who was in front of him, to turn around and bow deeply to him before he could speak. Official, please take good care of Cave Master's body. After the Minute Mountain Sword trials finish, we will transport Cave Master's body back to White Goat Cave for burial. This black-robed official frowned slightly and did not know what to say. But when Zhong Yi stood up, he spoke to him. Senior sect brother, why? Shen Yi could not understand why Zhong Yi would do such a thing. He looked in pain and shock at Zhong Yi and shouted. Zhong Yi wiped away his tears. He really couldn't stop crying. This action of wiping his tears made him appear very sentimental, but his tear-stained face flashed with an indescribable determination. Cave Master is here. None of us can think. We need to think carefully about what we should do next. He looked at Shen Yi and answered. The middle-aged official's breathing paused slightly. He looked at Ding Ning, who still had his eyes closed as though he was completely isolated from this world. Then he looked at Zhong Yi. He felt great respect for Xue Wangshu again. This should be the reason why you left so peacefully. No matter who it is, they should be proud to have a disciple like this. This middle-aged official did not call for others to help. He just supported Xue Wangshu like he was supporting an old friend as he walked slowly towards the back. At the same time, he turned his head slightly and said sincerely in a soft voice. Senior sect brother, what should we think? Shen Yi had been holding back his tears. In Guanzhong, crying in front of the enemy was thought to be an embarrassing and cowardly act. But at this moment, his tears still fell. While he had been allowed to become a disciple of White Goat Cave, he had never cultivated in White Goat Cave. He had never even entered the library cave of White Goat Cave. He had always accompanied and served Xue Wangshu. So in reality, he was Xue Wangshu's last direct disciple. Xue Wangshu was his teacher. At this time, his mind was filled with thoughts. Ding Ning had not opened his eyes. He had not seen his teacher for the last time. How could he let someone take his teacher away now? He could not think of anything else. Plucking the Osman thus as an offering to teacher's soul in heaven. Zhong Yi turned his head and looked at Ding Ning with tears falling down his face. He said, this is what little sect brother needs to do. He had called the wrong name again. But everyone knew that the little sect brother he spoke of was Ding Ning. Shen Yi was slightly dazed. He seemed to realize something in his sorrow. If he could not help Ding Ning do something, if Ding Ning could not win in the Minute Mountain Sword trials, then everything Ding Ning did now would be meaningless. Ding Ning is not as soft-hearted as you. At this time, Xie Changsheng's cold voice sounded. Chen Yi's eyes couldn't help but fall on Xie Changsheng. Xie Changsheng sneered as he looked at him and Zhong Yi. He said, the nobility in the palace will not let him win. If he wins, it will be a slap to the face of the nobility in the palace, so Ding Ning is not offering to Cave Master's soul in heaven, but to slap the face of the nobility in the palace for Cave Master. You should know whose intentions White Goat Cave was merged into the Green Vine Sword Academy. If a student of White Goat Cave who was forced to merge can win in the Minute Mountain Sword trials, what will the cultivators of the world think? When Xie Changsheng said this, even Nangong Caishu and Shu Hashan felt a layer of cold sweat on their backs. How can a student of a cultivation place that has been abolished by the nobility in the palace win in the Minute Mountain Sword trials? Doesn't this mean that the cultivation place is excellent and should not have been abolished? Xie Changsheng sneered as he looked at the lonely people around him. His words slowed. I do not know what you are thinking, but I want to do one thing in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials: help Ding Ning win. Nangong Caishu's hands unconsciously trembled. When she thought about Xie Changsheng's words, great terror rose in her heart. But she still nodded and said, I am the same. Shun Yi instinctively turned to look at Zhong Yi. He was not afraid, but out of habit, he wanted to hear what eldest sect brother had to say. Zhong Yi looked at Xie Changsheng and said, I cannot represent your opinions, but of the three of us from White Goat Cave, the one most likely to win is naturally Ding Ning. The Minute Mountain Sword Trials are filled with experts. Shun Yi and I do not have many chances to win to begin with. His appearance was still a little sentimental, and his words were also a little tactful, but everyone understood what he meant. What is the next test? He Zhaoxi's voice sounded. He usually came and went in a hurry, busy with cultivation and did not have much time to talk to people. Ever since he saw Shui Wangshu, Ding Ning and the others, he had been silent. When he spoke now, Xie Changsheng suddenly became irritated. How do we know what the next test is? Only the people whose lives Ding Ning saved will know what the next test is. He looked irritably and angrily at the heaven worship platform at the end of his sight. After saying this, he spat. This has nothing to do with Fu Su. He cannot decide anything here. Xie Ru scolded in a low voice. Her eyes flowed with a thread of anger and impatience that could not be suppressed. No matter how they discussed, no matter how the surrounding people were prepared to sacrifice themselves to help Ding Ning at the appropriate time, what would decide everything was the rules of the test. And the rules of the test were not up to them to decide. They were like a group of ants on a hot pan. Thousands of young men and women stood on the mountain path of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's skyscraper peak. The mountain wind blew at their robes, and the bright light of the early summer gilded their bodies in gold. The ritual music was still playing, but a clear vibration suddenly came from the depths of Minute Mountain, as if someone had flicked the blade of a sword from far away. The crowd was in an uproar. A patch of light suddenly twisted like ripples on the empty mountain path. A swordsman dressed in indigo robes seemed to come out of the void and appeared in everyone's sight. While this indigo-robed swordsman's robes were only one color, the indigo was the color of pure indigo jade. This kind of indigo could not be seen anywhere else in Changling. His features were dignified and stern. It was impossible to see his age, but he gave off an indescribable dignity and sharpness. Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate were the strongest sword cultivation places in the world. Any teacher would be an intimidating person. But at this time, most students below the mountain path did not look for long at this indigo-robed swordsman. Because after this blue-robed swordsman appeared, there seemed to be a strange curtain of light on the mountain path that slowly retreated like the tide. It looked empty, but a door suddenly appeared on the green jade mountain path that led straight to the top of the mountain. A tightly shut green jade door. This indigo-robed swordsman was standing on one side of the jade door. The mountain path behind the door seemed to have been erased by someone and disappeared. It was as if a piece of a painting had suddenly become blank while the rest of the painting was still there. The trials are starting. Please enter. This green-robed swordsman was unusually simple. He looked at the people below and spoke calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. Chapter 234. The green jade door was large, like a city gate. The indigo-robed swordsman standing by the door stood calmly with his hands at his sides, but his presence surpassed all the cultivation teachers present. He calmly invited all the students to enter, but this green jade door was closed. All the students in front of the mountain path knew that this door was not so easy to enter. All the students wanted to get further hints, but the indigo-robed swordsman clearly would not say more. He stood there like a silent statue. Is entering this door the first test? Xie Changsheng narrowed his eyes at the green jade door that resembled a city gate. He asked Zhong Yi and the others in a cool voice, is it a test of perception or comprehension? Then what is the emptiness behind the door? Zhong Yi shook his head. No matter what the test is, I fear that we can only judge if we are closer. Then when should we wake him up? Xie Changsheng turned to look at Ding Ning. The trials had started. He could not have Ding Ning continue to cultivate with his eyes closed. But there was no need to wake him up. When he turned to look at Ding Ning, he saw that Ding Ning was also looking at him. Ding Ning had woken up. The moment the green jade door appeared, Ding Ning woke up. He did not ask anyone about Shui Wangshu. He just silently looked up at the green jade door. It was only an instant of eye contact, but the irritation in Xie Changsheng's body suddenly disappeared, followed by an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Ding Ning's expression was as calm as usual, but his eyes flashed with 5 eerie colors as though the bottom of his eyes were burning into a 5-colored flame. Even more importantly, he was certain that Ding Ning had murderous intent and fury, but even he could not see it. Or rather, Ding Ning's entire body was a calm and cold blade. It did not have any presence, but with a light touch, it could cause people to bleed. "Let's go in," Ding Ning said and started to walk. Xie Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Ding Ning's state made him feel a little scared, but also excited. He had a feeling that something unusual would happen in this year's Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Regardless of the wonders of the green jade door that represented the start of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, they would feel it more clearly when they were closer. When Ding Ning started to walk, the thousands of students at the front also started to walk. The students at the front who were closest to the mountain path felt only heaviness and grandeur from the jade door. The smooth jade surface had no seal scripts or marks. Even if they dared to push the door, they did not know where to start. Because they did not sense any danger, the students at the front instinctively moved closer to the door until they were only a few steps away. Their bodies were bathed in the weak green light of the green jade. Thousands of students gathered in front of the green jade door and stood shoulder to shoulder. Gradually, there was no room for people to pass through. The arrival of Ding Ning and the others caused some disturbances in the human wall. Thinking of the previous events, many people unconsciously moved to let Ding Ning pass. But this was not all. A student felt the pressure behind him. He, who was helpless against the heavy and grand presence of the green jade door, became angry. He turned and shouted behind him, "Why are you squeezing? If you want to stand at the front, line up earlier. What is the meaning of squeezing and not allowing people to comprehend?" This student's voice was not loud, but the surroundings were silent. His shout was ear-piercing. He also wore a white robe with silver stars. As he turned and twisted, the silver stars on the white robe seemed to turn into sword lights and fly. This was the robe of the Nurturing Star Sword School. This year, the Nurturing Star Sword School had only chosen one student, Xiao Yangming, who was ranked 25 on the Book of Talents. So this student was naturally Xiao Yangming. The words of someone like him carried great weight. The dozens of students behind Xiao Yangming and beside him also looked back with displeasure. The crowd parted. Xiao Yangming and the others looked at Ding Ning. Ding Ning was at least a dozen steps away from Xiao Yangming at the front. But since Xiao Yangming had spoken, Ding Ning nodded at him and said calmly, "Apologies, please move aside. I want to enter." Xiao Yangming was furious at the words and said, "First come, first served. Why should I move aside?" Many people in the surroundings could not understand Ding Ning's calmness. While they felt that Ding Ning's state was inexplicably cold, the Minute Mountain Sword Trials were likely the most important event of their lives. Why would they move aside just because a teacher had just died? But Ding Ning was still calm. He looked at the furious Xiao Yangming and said, "Because I want to go through you." The scene was deathly silent. The sullen look on Xiao Yangming's face disappeared instantly. His eyes widened rapidly to the extreme. Even the eyes of Xie Changsheng and the others behind Ding Ning were filled with disbelief. Everyone finally reacted. Ding Ning had said, "I want to enter from the start, and not look at the door at a close distance." Could it be that he had already sensed the mysteries of this door when he walked from afar to this place? "I do not want to waste time." Under everyone's shocked gazes, Ding Ning said. Then he continued to walk forward. No one stood in front of him. Even Xiao Yangming, who had been the most aggressive, unconsciously turned his body and made a path with the surrounding people. Ding Ning walked past them and walked towards the indigo-robed swordsman standing in front of the green jade door. The indigo-robed swordsman's indifferent eyes flashed with an unusual light. "Sir, please let me enter." Ding Ning walked in front of him and bowed deeply and respectfully. The indigo-robed swordsman bowed slightly in acknowledgement. The heavy green jade door slowly opened and gave off a burst of light. Behind the green jade door seemed to be a new world filled with light. Just like this. Most students looked in shock at this scene. Ding Ning did not do anything. He just bowed seriously and requested to enter. Then the indigo-robed swordsman opened the door and let him in. This was the way to pass through the green jade door? Ding Ning did not linger. He nodded to the indigo-robed swordsman in thanks and then walked into the light at the center of the green jade door, disappearing from everyone's sight. What does this mean? Xie Changsheng was stunned. This was the Minute Mountain sword trials that the world focused on. In his view, it was impossible to enter the door like this. Respect one's teacher, etiquette. This door is what Minute Mountain sword sect reminds all students from the start. No matter what cultivation they have, no matter what status they have in the future, they must remember to respect their teacher and etiquette. But what is most amazing about junior sect brother Ding Ning is that when he came over, he should have seen that the energy of this green jade door is connected to this Minute Mountain sword sect teacher. Only this Minute Mountain sword sect teacher can open this green jade door. He sensed this so he could understand the meaning of this green jade door and be the first to enter. A soft voice reached the ears of Xie Changsheng and the others. Xie Changsheng's breathing paused slightly and he turned his head. He saw that the speaker was Zhongyi, whose tears had not dried. When he turned his head, Zhongyi had passed by him and walked towards the indigo-robed swordsman. "Sir, please allow me to enter." Zhongyi bowed seriously to the indigo-robed swordsman just like Ding Ning. Then the indigo-robed swordsman returned the bow and agreed. The green jade door lit up again. Zhongyi followed Ding Ning and was the second to disappear from everyone's sight. Eldest sect brother. Shunyi took a deep breath and quickly walked forward. He understood Zhongyi very well. He knew that Zhongyi was usually indecisive, and Zhongyi did not like to be in the limelight. So he knew that Zhongyi was the second to enter because he wanted to follow Ding Ning closely. Shunyi's figure quickly disappeared into the light of the green jade door. Amazing. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged official in black robes sighed from the bottom of his heart. Many of the cultivation teachers who had sent students over felt the same. What they said in their sighs, or what they thought was amazing, was half for these young people, and half for Shui Wangshu. Palace attendant Rong's position was not far from the green jade door. Before the other students could react, Ding Ning and the people around Ding Ning had disappeared into the light of the green jade door. Fight to be first in everything. She seemed to have become the person who understood Ding Ning the best as she murmured to herself. The porcelain light on her face grew stronger. She looked more like a Buddha statue in a temple than a person. She would not allow Ding Ning to win in the Minute Mountain sword trials. But Ding Ning did not just want to win. He wanted to be first. He wanted to be first. Also, Ding Ning's attitude caused her to feel that Ding Ning wanted to be the first to pass every stage of the Minute Mountain sword trials. He wanted to be first in everything. Chapter 235. On the sacrificial altar, many officials were busy removing some ceremonial items. Huang Jinwei stood at the edge of a corner and looked at the green jade doors. As the bureau chief of the Clan Law Bureau, he naturally attended today in grand attire. But compared to the Deer Mountain Conference, he appeared very tired, and even had an indescribable weakness. "What do you think of Ding Ning's actions?" A cold female voice sounded behind him. Huang Jinwei turned around in shock. When he saw the other's face, he was even more shocked. He looked at Pan Ruoy, who was dressed in light purple palace robes, and spoke of his shock. "I have long heard that Palace Master Pan is elegant and does not care about the matters of the world. Why do you specially mention Ding Ning? If you really do not care about the matters of the world, why go to Deer Mountain?" Pan Ruoy's energy that she had accumulated for decades was used up. She was as weak and tired as Huang Jinwei. She said expressionlessly and then said, "There is some fate." Bureau Chief Huang is one of the wisest people in Changling. It is normal to listen to his opinion. I do not dare. Huang Jinwei folded his hands in a bow and sighed softly. He said, he is very impressive, but his actions are like fighting with his back to the river. There is not much room to maneuver, he has to fight to be the first in every step. Naturally, he will be exhausted. When the students fight in the later stages of the trials, he will be at a disadvantage. Pan Ruoy was silent for a moment and said, "You mean that he is unlikely to win in the end?" Huang Jinwei nodded. He did not have the advantage to begin with. If he put another shackle on himself, he thought that even if his teacher judged now, he would judge that Ding Ning was unlikely to win in the end unless a miracle occurred. There were not so many miracles in the world. In the eyes of palace attendant Rong, there were no miracles in the world. Zhongyi passed through the light of the green jade doors. Then he was stunned. Behind the light of the green jade doors, there was no new world. It was still a wide green jade mountain path that went straight up. But it looked completely different from the outside. The mountain where the green jade mountain path was located was not as smooth as it looked from the outside. Instead, it was unusually steep. This green jade mountain path seemed to be embedded vertically into the cliff face. Along the green jade mountain path, there were canyons, valleys, and palaces. At the end of his line of sight, there was a large bronze hall. On the mountain path between him and the bronze hall, there were 3 black iron pillars quietly floating. Although it was called a black iron pillar, it was only his first impression of it. In the next moment, he realized that there were 3 sword embryos. The 3 sword embryos had yet to be completely forged, but under the craftsman's intentional or unintentional swings of the hammer, they had already taken on the shape of a sword. Ding Ning was already standing quietly under the first sword embryo. The sword embryo was huge. It was even taller and wider than him. Zhongyi was the second to enter the room. He wanted to follow his little junior brother closely. The moment he came back to his senses, he exerted force on his feet and stood behind Ding Ning. The black sword embryo was wrapped in a mysterious power and floated in front of him. The surface of the sword embryo was very rough. There did not seem to be any special patterns, only uneven ridges. But these ridges and the shadows on the sword body twisted in Zhongyi's eyes and blocked the entire mountain path. Zhongyi's breathing unconsciously stopped. He sensed a strange energy flow, but he was not sure what it was. But he was certain that the strange energy flow was restricting the mountain path in front of him. If he could not comprehend it, he could not pass this sword embryo. This sword embryo tests perception. Do not think of anything else, just grasp the flow of one thread of sword energy. At this time, Ding Ning's voice sounded softly. After turning slightly to speak to Zhongyi, Ding Ning closed his eyes again. Zhongyi was stunned again. He sensed that Ding Ning's energies were flowing rhythmically again. So Ding Ning was not closing his eyes to sense, but entering a meditative state to cultivate and replenish his vital energy. Since it was said that perception was tested, then how could one pass if they only cultivated and replenished vital energy without perception? The first green jade door was actually not difficult at all. Anyone could comprehend it and demonstrate it, and everyone else could follow suit and pass through. So Minute Mountain Sword Sect did not want to eliminate any students on this green jade door. Just like Zhongyi said, they used this as a warning to anyone who could enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect in the future that they had to remember to respect their teachers and be courteous. However, they had not been able to comprehend the method of entry first, and had to pass after others demonstrated it. Many students did not feel good about this, especially some proud geniuses. Yet, they were even more unwilling to follow closely behind. It would take a lot of time for thousands of students to bow and pass. Adding on the fact that some people were at the front but did not immediately come forward to bow, they wasted a lot of time. However, when most people entered the green jade door, there were people everywhere in front of the black sword nucleus. Just like outside, no one had passed through the black sword nucleus yet. Under the shadow cast by the black sword nucleus, a youth in crimson robes turned around with a slightly pale face and looked dazedly at Ding Ning, who was not far away. He was Jian Daomai, a student of the Chonghua Sword School and ranked 20th on the Book of Talents. But even he was mentally exhausted after a long period of comprehension. His robes were soaked in sweat. However, with his position on the Book of Talents, it was only now that he sensed an extremely fast strand of vital energy moving through the sword core. However, he still didn't understand what kind of connection there was between this extremely fast vital energy and the sword core itself, as well as how it passed through here. What he could not understand was why Ding Ning was still cultivating and replenishing his vital energy at this time. When did Ding Ning want to start comprehending this black sword nucleus? A young man in a pure white robe, who had been frowning all this time, finally relaxed his brows. He looked about the same age as Zhong Yi. His body was fully grown, so he appeared tall. His features were handsome, and his long black hair was tied up with a white jade bangle. He looked very clean. He had entered in the middle, but at this time, he had sensed the energy on the black sword nucleus, and the way to pass through this black sword nucleus. So he decided to pass. But at this time, Jian Daomei's pupils contracted. There was a burst of suppressed exclamations from the crowd. The body of the youth in the pure white robe suddenly froze. Ding Ning's eyes were open. Without any extra movements, Ding Ning started to walk towards the black sword nucleus floating in front of him. Before most people could guess what he was going to do, Ding Ning had already attacked. He calmly pulled out the last flower remnant sword at his waist, and then gave a simple stab at a spot on the black sword nucleus. There was a loud bang. This sound was not loud, but many people could not help but shake. The surface of the black sword nucleus suddenly lit up. Those uneven shadows suddenly glowed with layers of scorching red light, as if flames were about to burst out. But in the next moment, nothing happened. The black sword embryo didn't even shake. The red light that appeared on the sword embryo instantly disappeared, like the tide disappearing into the sword embryo. Ding Ning put away his sword and walked past the black sword nucleus. All the students were shocked, speechless. "Little sect brother," Zhong Yi called out. He had called out the wrong name again, but this time, his call was filled with joy over shock. Even with Ding Ning's warning, he had just vaguely judged the way to pass. But Ding Ning's performance caused him to immediately react. Ding Ning had sensed the way to pass through the black sword nucleus from the start. In the short time he had passed through the green jade door and walked behind Ding Ning had comprehended the way to pass through the black sword nucleus. This little junior brother of his was truly a godly person. As Zhong Yi was filled with joy, the youth in pure white robes who had been preparing to pass through the black sword nucleus frowned deeply. His eyes were filled with coldness. He had comprehended from the start. What kind of comprehension speed was this? And why did Ding Ning stop replenishing vital essence when he thought of the black sword embryo, and then pass by the sword embryo? Was this a coincidence? Jian Daomei looked dazedly at Ding Ning's back behind the black sword nucleus. His body unconsciously trembled violently. He did not dare to believe what he was seeing was true. But just now, Ding Ning's sword had solved his last doubt. He understood the connection between the rapidly flowing energy on the sword nucleus and the sword nucleus itself. So this is how it is. More and more people realized, and became even more shocked. A youth in black robes walked towards the black sword nucleus. Many people recognized him as Fan Xingling from the Polonia Daoist temple. Fan Xingling had an epiphany and instinctively followed. He was certain that as long as he used his sword to stop the flow of primordial qi and let it stop on the sword embryo, the primordial qi inside the sword embryo would also stop for a moment and would not explode. He would then be able to take the opportunity to pass through like Ding Ning. So he also used his sword. His sword was a pitch-black Dao sword that was about 3 feet long. With a clang, his pitch-black Dao sword stabbed into a part of the black sword nucleus. The surface of the black sword nucleus immediately lit up. But for some reason, in the next moment, the red light coming from the uneven shadows on the black sword nucleus did not disappear silently like just now, but gave off many roars. It was like many people were swinging red-hot hammers at the same time to hit the sword nucleus. Pew 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 pew, Fan Xingling's black sword seemed to be hit by a lot of hot air. His body trembled violently as he fell back. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 236. Almost all the students changed expression. Just some of the energy that spilled out was enough to injure Fan Xingling to the point of vomiting blood. Minute Mountain Sword Sect's crude and incomplete sword nucleus contained such terrifying power. At this moment, in their perception, there seemed to be countless giants holding red-hot iron hammers inside this crude black sword embryo. At any time, a terrifying power would burst out from the sword embryo. Fan Xingling retreated several steps with his pitch-black sword in hand. His entire body was still trembling. The impact on his mind was even greater than the injuries on his body. His face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood in it. "Why?" Nangong Tsaishu said in disbelief as she looked at Fan Xingling not far in front of her. Her question at this moment represented the question of many people present. This group of people sensed that Fan Xingling had used the same method as Ding Ning. But they did not understand why Ding Ning had successfully passed while Fan Xingling had been injured by the black sword nucleus to the point of vomiting blood. The heart and sword follow. His heart is there, but his sword is not there. Hearing Nangong Tsaishu's exclamation, Zhongyi turned and said softly to her, "Xie Changsheng and the others." His expression was solemn. Ding Ning had walked past the black sword nucleus. He was going to follow. After saying this, he moved around Fan Xingling and walked towards the black sword nucleus. He took a deep breath and drew his sword. There was a loud sound. The surface of the black sword nucleus became bright. The rough pits gave off a burning red light. But in the next instant, nothing happened. Zhong Yi, who had put away his sword, walked past the black sword nucleus. The scene was deathly silent again. Zhong Yi became the second student to pass. Nangong Tsaishu's eyes shone with an unusual light. The heart and sword follow. His heart is there, but his sword is not there. Zhong Yi's words were too simple. Just now, she could not understand. But Zhong Yi's attack caused her to completely understand. It has to be fast and precise. This sword chi is like a sly and fast poisonous snake. The moment our swords fall, we have to accurately stab the front of its head and let it crash into it. It can't be too fast or too slow. She said solemnly to Xie Changsheng and the others next to her and then walked towards the black sword nucleus. Another loud clang rang out. Nangong Tsaishu walked past the black sword nucleus and became the third student to pass. "What do you mean, too fast or too slow is not good?" Xie Changsheng's expression was ugly. He also had some comprehension, but clearly not as clear as Nangong Tsaishu. The arrangement of this strand of sword chi and the entire sword embryo is very unique. It seems that when we strike with our sword, the strand of sword chi will collide with our sword energy. Only then will we not trigger the power within the sword embryo. Chen Yi stared at Xie Changsheng solemnly and whispered, "If you strike too early, you will directly collide with this sword chi, or if you strike too late, the distance between you and this sword chi will be too great, and you will not be able to pass through." Senior sect brother Zhong Yi said the heart and sword follow. His heart is there, but his sword is not there. He should mean that his heart is there, and his sword is there. After all, perception and attack are two different things. Under the analysis of Zhong Yi, Nangong Tsaishu and Shen Yi, Xie Changsheng completely understood. But Shen Yi still felt worried. Xie Changsheng had never liked him. If his understanding was not completely correct and Xie Changsheng also misunderstood, then Xie Changsheng would dislike him even more. So he decided to try first. So he immediately walked up towards the black sword nucleus. He used 3 breaths to adjust and then attacked. There was a loud clang. Senior sect brother. Then he gave a shout of joy. When the shout reached everyone's ears, he had passed by the black sword nucleus and was chasing Ding Ning and Zhong Yi in front of him. The scene was silent again. The 3 youths of White Goat Cave had all passed. Xie Changsheng walked up with a cold expression. He had never thought highly of Shen Yi, but Shen Yi's performance seemed to be much better than his. He was naturally displeased. Hiss. There was a cracking sound. A streak of sword energy shot out of his hand, cutting through the dry air and hitting the black sword nucleus. The crisp sound of a bell rang out again. Everyone thought that Xie Changsheng would pass the test as smoothly as Ding Ning and the others. However, to everyone's surprise, The black sword embryo gave off a similar rumble. Pew! Xie Changsheng's body suddenly stiffened. He seemed to want to stand still, but he couldn't. His whole body swayed back, and at the same time, he took a step back. His upper body leaned back, and he almost fell to the ground. At the same time, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Seeing this mouthful of blood, everyone finally realized that Xie Changsheng had failed. However, what was even more unexpected was that Xie Changsheng, who had spat out a mouthful of blood, shouted, "I don't believe it." Almost without stopping, he stabbed his sword once again in anger and humiliation. There was a loud clang. The black sword nucleus gave off another strange roar and power flowed out. Xie Changsheng retreated again and vomited blood. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Xie Ru's face paled even more than Xie Changsheng's. She shouted, "Don't worry about me." However, Xie Changsheng became even more enraged. He once again stabbed his sword towards the black sword embryo. The sword nucleus shook again. Xie Changsheng vomited blood again. Many students frowned deeply. In their view, Xie Changsheng's action was no different from suicide. But Xie Changsheng did not stop. He did not seem to care that his wounds were worsening and he was going to vomit all the blood in his body. He attacked again. Xie Ru and Xu Hashan could no longer maintain their calm. The two of them flew up. But at this time, there was a loud bang. Xie Changsheng, who had attacked again, did not retreat. His body shook violently and then he walked past the black sword embryo. Xie Ru and Xu Hashan stilled. All the students behind them were stunned. "You still let me come over?" Xie Changsheng did not turn around. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone heard his words. All the students behind him were silent. When he entered the green jade gates, many people had heard his words and felt disdain towards this wealthy son who had used large amounts of money to exchange for the right to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. They naturally thought of him as a wastrel. But when Xie Changsheng started to attack, most students knew that his swordsmanship likely surpassed many people present when they saw how he attacked. While he had a difficult time now, he had passed in the end. Many people did not have the courage to pass in this way. Even more importantly, many people would not be able to pass. Heart and sword following was likely a saying that Zhongyi had seen in a cultivation record of White Goat Cave. In the cultivation world, a more appropriate description for this was sword essence becoming one. When the mind arrived, the sword would arrive. When the mind arrived, the sword would land. Of course, the mind was faster than the hands, feet, and sword movements. So in order to reach the sword with the mind, the sword presence had to come first, and the sword mind had to come first. So the cultivation records did not describe it as mind and sword as one, but sword essence as one. In order to have the sword mind come first, it was related to perception and judgment, the precise use of sword skills, familiarity, and many other subtle aspects. It was difficult to comprehend all of this, and it was even more difficult to achieve sword essence becoming one, or close to it. Xie Changsheng did not have such a level in swordsmanship. He could not do it, but he wanted to pass. So he used this method of trying again and again. But many people present likely did not have his level, or those who were slightly better than him did not have his courage. Therefore, there would definitely be a lot of people who would stay to watch. Starting from this black sword nucleus, the Minute Mountain Sword Trials would eliminate batches of students. As more and more people understood this, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive and cold. Not long after, a tall and slender girl stood in front of the black sword embryo and attacked. There was a loud bang. This young woman walked forward and passed the black sword nucleus. Almost all the students recognized this tall young woman as Xie Changsheng's sister, Xie Ru. Moments ago, most of them had thought that Xie Ru had relied on her family's wealth to buy the right to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. But now, they knew they were wrong. This eldest daughter of the Xie family was better than Xie Changsheng in terms of cultivation. "I will go first." After Xie Ru passed, He Zhaoxi nodded and said to Xu Hashan next to him. Another loud bang hit the hearts of all the students. He Zhaoxi easily walked past the black sword nucleus as though he was just chasing after his fellow sect members. Many people did not even see his attack clearly. Shu Heshan went forward. He was not like He Zhaoxi, who had done countless basic training and was extremely confident in this area. So he was very cautious. He stopped in front of the sword nucleus for a dozen breaths before steadily stabbing. There was a loud bang. Nothing unexpected happened. Shu Heshan also passed. He, Ding Ning and the others had formed a small group. The other students had not been too close to them. Now that their small group had all passed, an empty space appeared in front of the black sword nucleus. It was like someone had taken a ladle of water from a basin, but the water from other places did not immediately flow over. It felt very strange. After a few breaths of time, a burst of soft sobbing broke the dead silence in the field. A student who felt he had no hope of passing thought of his efforts in these years. He felt the difference between himself and the people around him. He could not help but cover his face and cry. Chapter 237. With a bang, when many people turned to look at the crying student, another person had passed the sword nucleus. The person who passed the sword nucleus with a casual stab was a thin youth with a dark expression. His eyes seemed to be shrouded in shadows. Almost everyone present recognized him. He was Ku Shichuan of Shadow Mountain Sword Cave. A year ago, Ku Shichuan's strength might not even rank in the top 50 of the Book of Talents. But when the Book of Talents appeared, after the winter and spring, the rankings and names on the Book of Talents had changed greatly, but his position had not changed. He was still third. The youth dressed in pure white robes, his long black hair bound by a white jade hoop, looked at Ku Shichuan's back and frowned. His gaze passed by Ku Shichuan's back and landed on Ding Ning, who had stopped in front of the second sword nucleus. He did not hesitate and walked forward. When he walked towards the black sword nucleus, a cold youth in yellow robes was walking towards the black sword nucleus, and was several steps ahead of him. But when he saw him, this cold youth stilled and stopped. This youth dressed in pure white robes and with his long black hair bound by a white jade hoop was Yi Haoran. Yi Haoran, ranked second on the Book of Talents. The Minute Mountain Sword Trials was for the top 10. The top 10 would have the chance to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate for a while. The last 3 would be able to enter some of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's library to cultivate like true Minute Mountain Sword Sect disciples. To be able to rank like this on the Book of Talents, from a certain point of view, even if they could not freely enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect's library, they should be able to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate. The cultivators who learned from Minute Mountain Sword Sect were completely different from ordinary cultivators. Looking at Yi Haoran who had come forward, most students had more complicated emotions in their eyes other than awe. Even the Book of Talents clearly wrote that Yi Haoran was a cultivator from Li Lingjuan's establishment. Li Lingjuan's establishment was in ruins. The former Li Lingjun had already become the new emperor of the Chu dynasty. Yi Haoran was still participating in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. No one knew what his participation meant. A sword light lit up in Yi Haoran's hand. This sword light was like most of the Chu swords. It appeared slender, but its color was an extremely rare faint sky blue, like a line taken from the pure sky. With a loud clang, Yi Haoran's figure floated past the crude black sword nucleus like a white cloud. Yi Haoran sensed the complicated gazes behind him, but he did not care. He looked ahead calmly and saw that Ding Ning was facing the second black sword nucleus. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the side of Ding Ning and the others. When his gaze landed on the black sword nucleus floating in the air, his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. This sword embryo did not look any different from the first sword embryo from afar. However, on the surface of the sword embryo, there were countless sword scars of varying depths. These sword scars covered the entire surface of the sword embryo. Furthermore, the sword scars intersected to form words. When these characters were connected, they were books that described how to use the sword. These were sword manuals. Yi Haoran had made some guesses before, but he had never expected that the surface of the second black sword nucleus would be carved with dozens of sword manuals. These dozens of sword manuals were very orderly. While the characters were formed from sword marks, and the characters were different, each character could be seen clearly. The beginning and end of each sword manual were clearly separated. It was as though dozens of sword manuals had been embedded on this enormous and crude sword nucleus. What shocked him the most was that the sword moves recorded on these sword manuals were unusually exquisite and rare. He was certain that for most cultivators, if they could obtain one of these sword manuals, they would obtain great benefits. Yet Minute Mountain Sword Sect had carved dozens of sword manuals like this on the sword nucleus, and displayed them in front of the students who could reach this place. What did this mean? Yi Haoran could not understand. At this time, he sensed an unusual presence and suddenly turned to look. Just 10 feet away from him, Ding Ning was no longer looking up at the sword nucleus, and had closed his eyes. Ding Ning started to cultivate internally again to replenish his vital energy. Yi Haoran felt an indescribable feeling. His brow furrowed deeply. Even if so many sword manuals are publicly displayed here, I fear that only a few dozen people will be able to comprehend one or two of them and some sword moves. At this time, a cold voice reached his ears. Yi Haoran slowly turned and looked at Ku Shichuan, who was not far from him. It is not as simple as having people comprehend sword manuals. Ku Shichuan did not look at him, and just looked silently behind the sword nucleus. His gaze landed very close, only on the green jade mountain path several jong behind the sword embryo engraved with sword scriptures. There seemed to be nothing there. But Yi Haoran's eyebrows rose slightly, his expression cold. You do not have good intentions. He turned to look at Ku Shichuan and said. Ku Shichuan said with slight disdain, we were originally opponents. Yi Haoran did not respond. His expression returned to normal and he started to walk. He walked around the crude black sword nucleus floating in the air and walked onto the green jade mountain path behind it. At this time, many people had passed the first black sword nucleus. Seeing Yi Haoran's actions, these people were shocked. Had Yi Haoran seen through the second sword nucleus in such a short time, and was going to pass ahead of the people of White Goat Cave? Yi Haoran walked steadily and unhurriedly. He walked past the green jade mountain path that Ku Shichuan was looking at just now. Nothing seemed to have happened. However, he himself already sensed that there were already several dozen mysterious auras silently stirring in the calm air. These dozens of profound presences were like the mountain mist that grew wetter in the morning. They grew heavier and then landed on the green jade mountain path in front of him. In the next moment, everyone near the second sword nucleus felt a change. Faint blue mist suddenly rose from the green jade mountain path under Yi Haoran's feet. Faint blue mist also rose from the green jade mountain path in front of him. This mist was very light, like a thin veil, but this veil emitted a jade-like luster. When the light passed through, it became even more blurry. A very straight shadow appeared in the blue mist. In the next moment, the mist around this shadow started to tremble violently and rippled outwards. There was an explosion. These ripples were torn apart, turning into balls of mist and then straight lines of mist that shot outwards. The very straight shadow finally revealed its true form. It was a sword. A green jade long sword. There was a shadow behind the green jade long sword. That was not a true shadow, but a piece of the green jade mountain path that was missing. The missing shape was this green jade long sword. So this green jade longsword had appeared on the green jade mountain path. Yi Haoran's pupils contracted slightly. He drew his sword. This time, he drew his sword very slowly. So everyone near the second sword nucleus, other than Ding Ning who had his eyes closed, could clearly see the true body of his sword. His sword was about 6 feet long, and less than 2.5 fingers wide. The spine of the sword was a rare sky blue, and the two edges were transparent. Both the spine and the blade were not made of metal, but seemed to be forged from some kind of crystal. This sword felt very light, but as he slowly pulled it out, and as his vital energy continued to pour in, it became heavier and heavier. The moment the tip of the sword completely left the green sharkskin scabbard, the body of the sword suddenly shook, and a huge twisted shadow gradually appeared around it. In this moment, the green jade long sword seemed to be held by someone and slashed towards him. In the air, there was a loud, muffled sound that sounded like thunder in spring. Chapter 238. Yi Haoran's lips were pressed together tightly, his expression grave. His sword was like a crowbar as he tried to pry at the incoming green jade sword. This green jade sword floating on the green jade mountain path gave him the feeling of a heavy mountain peak, coming through the wind with peerless ferocity. His sword and the green jade sword met. Cries of surprise rang out from behind him. The enormous twisting shadow around his sword was almost tangible at this moment. It was a sky-blue serpent. The serpent was as alive as a living being, the scales on its body like glacier that would not melt for tens of thousands of years. So this sword was the cold serpent sword, one of the 10 famed swords of Changling in the past. Just as the famed sword in his hand touched the green jade long sword, there was a light sound. The sword energy at the tip of the sword formed a circle, rapidly spreading in all directions. The green jade sword seemed to have no ability to resist. It spun backwards and bounced back many feet. Yi Haoran used the mountain prying sword form to pry away the attacking green jade sword. He did not feel any joy, but felt a dangerous presence. A shadow silently appeared in the faint green mist on the mountain path in front of him. Whoosh! That shadow suddenly pierced through countless clouds of light fog and attacked him. Yi Haoran's brow furrowed deeply. A pure sword will emanated from his sword and then disappeared without a trace. Countless threads of primal energies of the universe with a holy presence suddenly formed in front of him. In this moment, his movements were extremely simple, he just held his sword across his chest. Yet no one could see his sword. The primal chi of heaven and earth in front of him formed a circular light screen, like a translucent crystal disc. He seemed to be holding a crystal disc. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded. It was as though wind and thunder had hit him. Yi Haoran did not move, but energy surged out of his feet as though the soles of his shoes were burning. Cries of astonishment rang out. It was only now that the people behind him could clearly see that it was another green jade sword that had pierced the light screen in front of him with astonishing power. Yi Haoran glanced at the green jade sword that was coming at him like a metal rod. The power of this blow was not enough to make him retreat at all. Yet, he understood the connection between the second sword nucleus and this green jade mountain path. So, he silently retreated. As he retreated, the faint mist on the green jade mountain path disappeared. The 2 green jade swords that had bounced out were pulled by a gentle power and floated back to their original places. The green jade mountain path returned to normal without any marks. This scene was unknown to the students who had just arrived, so they were even more astounding. Maybe I should try with you. Seeing Yi Haoran walk back, Ku Shichuan looked up and said. Yi Haoran did not seem to like Ku Shichuan from the start. He still did not look at Ku Shichuan but shook his head and said coldly, 1 person or 2 is the same. Ku Shichuan frowned. His cold gaze landed on the green jade mountain path. So there may be countless swords on this mountain path? Yi Haoran did not speak. His gaze landed on Zhong Yi and the others at the side. Other than just now, when he was facing the 2 green jade swords, Zhong Yi and the others' gazes were on the sword nucleus covered in sword manuals. Even Ku Shichuan and I have interacted and tried before we were able to determine the meaning of this test so quickly. Could it be that you have completely understood the sword principle after taking a few glances at the sword embryo from afar? His gaze finally landed on Ding Ning, who was calmly closing his eyes and thought coldly. While Yi Haoran was looking at Ding Ning, someone was also looking at him and Ku Shichuan. The person looking at him was a handsome youth in white robes. He looked slightly older than Ding Ning but younger than Zhong Yi and the others. His robes were pure white, but they shone with a cold light as though they were covered in a layer of frost. Regardless of whether it was when Yi Haoran stepped onto the green jade mountain path and was attacked by the 2 green jade longswords, or now, his face was still as calm as water, but his eyes were filled with great confidence. Beside him stood a delicate and pretty young man and a simple and elegant young woman. The handsome youth was slightly shorter than him. His robes were pure black, but his sleeves and collar were dark red. The elegant young girl wore simple linen robes. The long sword at her waist was also simple and elegant. The handle was made of plain wood, and the sheath was made of light yellow bamboo. The handsome youth in white robes did not look at Yi Haoran for long. This short stare did not even attract Yi Haoran's attention. This should be the legendary Minute Mountain Sword Sect's thought sword path. He turned and said softly to his two companions, one of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's mountain protecting sword formations. But no one has seen the specifics before. Since it is a mountain protecting formation, it is not as simple as one or two swords. It should be thousands of swords, tens of thousands of swords. The elegant young girl glanced back at him and said softly, it should be energy sensing. How many swords will fly out for how many people come forward? But looking at the power of the swords, Minute Mountain Sword Sect has done something to suppress the power of the sword formation so that these swords are only equivalent to a Realm 3 cultivator's sword. Or this sword formation has many layers, and only the weakest layer of swords are released. It is not so simple. The black-robed, red-collared, delicate and pretty youth smiled slightly, saying gently, just now, Yi Haoran thought that the first green jade sword move was the Spring Thunder Mountain sword move, so he used the Mountain Prying sword move to deal with it. However, he didn't expect that the first sword move was the Void Thunder sword without much power, while the following second sword move was the truly powerful Mountain Charging sword move. The power of these two swords is not astounding, but what is reflected is the exquisiteness of the sword moves. So the mountain path of the second test should be made up of countless exquisite sword moves. The youth in white robes nodded and said, the sword manuals carved on the second sword nucleus should contain many sword moves to resolve. The more you comprehend, the easier it will be to pass the mountain path. Otherwise, even if you rely on your cultivation to charge, I fear you will pay a great price. Not far from them, many students were discussing the second test. Listening to the opinions of others and discussing it with each other was always easier than trying to comprehend it alone. However, the surrounding examinees who were discussing it with each other seemed to have not come up with any mutually agreeable opinions. The reason was simple. No group was as strong as these three added together. This handsome youth in white robes was Chen Liqiu, the most outstanding disciple of White Duyard, ranked 5th on the Book of Talents. The handsome youth next to him was Xu Lianhua, from the Shu Marquessate establishment, ranked 6th on the Book of Talents. The young girl dressed in simple linen robes was Xia Wen, the strongest of the young disciples of the Plain Heart Sword House, ranked 12th on the Book of Talents. Putting aside cultivation, White Duyard was a subordinate school of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and the Shu Marquessate establishment was a true Marquessate establishment. The Plain Heart Sword House was one of the oldest cultivation places in Changling. The disciples from these places naturally knew more about Minute Mountain Sword Sect than people from ordinary cultivation places. This may be the Holy One's intention. Because of the Deer Mountain Conference and the Crown Prince's celebration, he ordered Minute Mountain Sword Sect to take out dozens of sword manuals. Any student who can reach this place, even if they cannot pass in the end, will obtain many benefits and comprehend many of the best sword moves of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Xu Lianhua smiled slightly and said, it is the icing on the cake and the celebration of good fortune. I still have 2 points that I do not understand. Xia Wen glanced at Ding Ning nearby and said softly, it is best to keep this kind of mountain protection formation mysterious. Why is it being shown this time? Also, since they do not want that White Goat Cave youth to win, why are the previous trials focused on perception and comprehension? This White Goat Cave youth reached profound understanding in half a day and energy refinement in a month. He is strong in perception and comprehension. This seems to be biased towards him. Soldiers are unpredictable. Sometimes they should be hidden, and sometimes they should be revealed. Maybe after the Deer Mountain Conference, the Holy One feels it is time to reveal some of his power. Xu Lianhua glanced at Ding Ning, sympathy flashing through his eyes. The palace can use the excuse of worshipping the Crown Prince to have Minute Mountain Sword Sect agree to the conference being held early. But Minute Mountain Sword Sect will not cater to anyone's wishes in the competition because this is an internal matter of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Minute Mountain Sword Sect will not allow anyone to interfere in the matters of the sect, especially when you know the personality of the sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Thinking of the many rumors about the sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Xia Wan and Chen Liqiu agreed. So, Chen Liqiu looked at Xu Lianhua and said, perception and comprehension are the main focus at the beginning. Naturally, this cannot be the main focus later. Xu Lianhua nodded. Of course. The competition of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials will be different each year, but it will not be monotonous. Xia Wan sighed softly. The Minute Mountain Sword Trials would become more difficult the further they went. What they were most skilled in had appeared at the beginning, and when they encountered what they were not skilled in, it would be even more difficult to win. Fighting is necessary. Xu Lianhua paused and then looked at Chen Liqiu and Xia Wan. He said, also, just from the previous events, this year's Minute Mountain Sword Trials will take longer than in the past. So stamina, endurance, vital energy, are all problems. Chen Liqiu frowned and said solemnly, so we cannot rush. Xia Wan glanced at him and said, it is not time to rush, there is no need to rush. Chapter 239. As the sky darkened, a young woman covered in blood walked past the first sword nucleus and then collapsed to the ground. She did not even have the strength to walk forward. Not far in front of her, there were more than 300 students gathered. Behind her, there were not many who persisted in front of the first sword nucleus. Among the thousands of students, there were many students like her who had chosen the same method as Xie Changsheng to pass. But even so, only 300 people could pass in the end. There were so many people who saw the Tao but couldn't go up. Many people were like this young girl, with a strong smell of blood on their bodies. Therefore, although the scene was silent, there was a tragic atmosphere that constantly rippled. The sword moves inscribed on the second sword embryo were rarely seen in the world and were unusually exquisite. Most importantly, each sword mark was related to the sword moves recorded in these sword manuals. Through the thickness and direction of these sword marks, one could better comprehend the force exertion of some sword moves and the speed of drawing the sword. This was like some of the famous teachers of Minute Mountain Sword Sect teaching. Even if one could not enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study, the more one comprehended from these sword manuals, the more one's strength would grow in the future. So, no matter if it was Yi Haoran or Chen Liqiu who had followed Ding Ning and the others here, or those who had arrived last like this young woman, none of them were in a hurry to leave. No one went to challenge the green jade mountain path. Everyone was either standing quietly or sitting down to read the scriptures. They were extremely focused on comprehending the sword moves. Night fell. The night deepened. The darkness swallowed up the forest on the two sides of the green jade mountain path. The humidity grew and turned to dew in the mountains. Many students' hair and clothing were soaked by the dew, but they did not seem to know. All of their attention was attracted by these exquisite sword moves, and they even forgot the passage of time. As long as they could endure, most of them hoped to keep reading until they understood all the sword manuals and grasped all the sword moves. The sky in the east was slowly turning white. The night was about to pass. A student near the sword nucleus rubbed his eyes tiredly. He saw some white on the black sword nucleus. It was the beginning of summer, so it was naturally impossible for white frost to appear. Naturally, he felt that the sword was also covered with dew. But in the next moment, this student's breathing stopped and his eyes widened. He suspected that he had seen wrongly. This was because the sword mark on the sword embryo was disappearing. Many cries of surprise rang out like a tidal wave, reminding him that this was not an illusion. Many students sitting on the ground stood up. The white essence on the black sword nucleus was fine dust. Starting from the fine sword marks, the dust on the surface of the sword nucleus rustled down. It was like a wall that had been painted for a long time in a room. After the door had been closed for many years, it was suddenly opened. A fresh wind blew in and the dust on the wall peeled off layer by layer. Seeing this scene, almost all the students were shocked speechless. They began to understand that the sword force had already shattered the surface of the sword embryo into powder from the moment the person who had left the sword mark wielded his sword. It was relatively easy to cut or pierce through tough metal, but to shatter metal into powder, what kind of power was this? However, after a day and night, the sword intent had only appeared at this moment. What kind of realm was this? Minute Mountain Sword Sect had set up many tents in the mountains. These tents could allow the officials and the cultivation teachers who had sent the students to rest. At the same time, these tents could allow them to see the process of the competition. Hearing the gasps from the mountain path, palace attendant Rome, sitting in one of the tents, put down the teacup in her hand and said to herself with slight disdain, "Are they really not in a hurry?" Minute Mountain Sword Sect naturally could not have the students stay endlessly in front of this sword nucleus. This setting meant that the time to study the second sword nucleus was limited to 1 day and night. This seemed fair, but in reality, it was extremely unfair. Because those who arrived later had less time to study, the young woman who had arrived in the twilight only had half the time compared to Zhongyi and the others. From a certain point of view, Ding Ning's competition had won him more time. But starting now, the other students would start to compete. At the start, if Ding Ning wanted to be the first to pass, he would not have enough time to cultivate and replenish his vital energy. Even if he had a day and night, Ding Ning would not be able to replenish his vital energy. Also, she did not believe that Ding Ning could comprehend the sword manuals on the sword nucleus after just a short look. Now that the sword marks had disappeared, and the sword manuals had turned to dust, it was too late for Ding Ning to look even if he wanted to. Stopping here is the best result for you. So palace attendant Rome could not help but murmur to herself. When one's mind was immersed in the sword marks and comprehended a section of the sword manual, it was very painful to be interrupted. Especially when the sword move in one's mind that was about to take shape was suddenly interrupted, like the sword suddenly breaking. This feeling was even more uncomfortable. Yi Haoran was like this. When the sword marks turned to dust and disappeared, he almost groaned in pain. But in the next moment, he instinctively turned his head and looked at Ding Ning. At this moment, cries of surprise rose from the surroundings like a tidal wave. He saw dew fall off Ding Ning's eyelashes. Ding Ning opened his eyes at this time. Palace attendant Rong thought that starting from this sword nucleus, the other students would start to compete to win time for themselves. But at this time, most of the students had not recovered from the blank sword nucleus. "Let's go." When he opened his eyes, Ding Ning spoke to Zhongyi and the others next to him. Then he calmly walked forward. So he was still the first to start the breakthrough. At this time, the first light of dawn shone down. Everyone's gaze gathered on him. His body seemed to give off an inexplicable light. The scene was silent. All emotions were calmed by Ding Ning's actions. The last to arrive, the young woman whose clothes were covered in blood, had been filled with anger. But when she saw Ding Ning's calm back, she gradually forgot her situation and was completely absorbed. He seems to be very confident. Chen Liqiu blinked hard to ease the soreness in his eyes as he spoke. Xu Lianhua thought and said, "They want to pass together." Xia Wn frowned and said gravely, "Let's see what they want to do first." Ding Ning was not the only one moving forward. Zhongyi and the others, including the seriously wounded Xie Changsheng, followed behind Ding Ning towards the Green Jade Mountain path. In Xia Wan's view, at least one or two of these people would not be able to pass the following mountain path. But at this time, she found something she could not understand. These people seemed to be more energetic than the surrounding students. Ding Ning cultivated for a day and night. This day and night was like the deepest rest. He was full of energy and very normal. At this time, compared to the people around him, Ding Ning, who was covered in dew, was like a new lotus leaf after the rain, exuding vitality. But he was not the only one. Zhongyi and the others seemed to be in a better mental state than the surrounding students. They were all comprehending the sword nucleus in front of them, so why were these people less mentally exhausted? She could not understand, so she felt that an accident would happen. The Green Jade Mountain path was very wide. Zhongyi and the others were very close to Ding Ning. So the group stepped into the area where Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran had sensed the strange presence at the same time. Ding Ning's expression was still calm. Zhongyi and the others were even more nervous. There were many wild grasses on the two sides of the Green Jade Mountain path. When Yi Haoran had stepped into this area previously, the Green Jade Mountain path had risen with faint green mist. These wild grasses had only swayed in the wind. But when Ding Ning, Zhongyi and the others stepped in, and the green jade surface under their boots started to fill with green mist. Many of the wild grasses on the two sides of the path suddenly snapped. The green grasses silently snapped in half. However, in the faint green mist in front of them, many shadows appeared, as if many waist-high grasses suddenly grew out. The scene grew even more silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to have disappeared. Everyone knew that these were not grasses, but swords. Ding Ning, Zhongyi, Shenyi, their group had 8 people, but now many sword-shaped pits had appeared on the green jade mountain path. There were more than 8 green jade swords floating out of the pits. Everyone could imagine that even if there were 8 swords attacking 8 people each time, each round of sword attacks would definitely be like a violent storm. One sword after another, just like the 2 swords that Yi Haoran had endured earlier, there was almost no gap between them. There was too little time left for everyone to think. The green grasses on the side of the path snapped in half. Before the grass fell to the ground, the faint green mist was torn apart by the chaotic and wild power. Everyone's vision grew unusually clear. Dozens of green jade swords stood silently like guards. Among them, 8 gave off different howls and turned into sword lights. Then on the green jade mountain path, there were still green jade swords floating silently. The green jade longsword was extremely fast, so fast that the sword shadow was extremely faint. It was like a streak of ink that had been diluted by water. It seemed soft and powerless, but the space in front of the sword tip was distorted by the sword energy. It was as if there were a dozen transparent streams of water constantly swaying. One green jade sword was extremely violent. The energy inside seemed to be exploding, and the surrounding air was constantly exploding, forming strange dust. One green jade sword seemed to turn into a metal ruler. The sword slapped horizontally, and the primal energies of the universe in front of it gathered to form a green wave. One green jade sword moved silently. The sword reflected light so that people could not see it clearly, like it was turning into a thin mirror. The 8 swords had different sword moves, but they were all smooth and natural, as if they were 8 sword masters who were extremely proficient in using these sword moves. Under the sword energy, the grasses that had not fallen to the ground were all cut to pieces and turned to powder. The 8 swords attacked together and landed on the 8 figures on the path. Chapter 240. The sword moves of these 8 swords were unusually exquisite. Their flowing sword essences seemed to have been used by a swordsman who had practiced these sword moves for many years. Their power was astounding. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Ding Ning did not draw his sword in the face of these 8 sword attacks. He continued to walk forward calmly and confidently as though these 8 green jade swords did not exist. What was even more shocking and puzzling was that he was not the only one. Even Zhongyi, Xieru, and the others did not attack. Only He Zhaoxi, Shenyi, and Nangong Caishu had drawn their swords. 3 sword lights jumped out to meet the 8 swords coming from all directions. He Zhaoxi, Shenyi, and Nangong Caishu were very nervous. The 3 of them were using sword moves that they had just comprehended from the sword nucleus. So while the changes in these 3 sword lights appeared exquisite, they were filled with unfamiliarity and sluggishness. How could these 3 swords stop the 8 swords with flowing sword essences? However, in just an instant, there were several rumbling sounds. The 3 sword lights were still shining in the air, and there were several light sounds in the air, as if something had been pierced. Ding Ning and the others were unharmed. The 8 green jade swords flew in all directions. Some of the green jade swords spun backward, some changed directions slightly and slashed diagonally from the side of Ding Ning and the others, and some were like dragonflies that had lost half of their wings, stabbing into the air in a crooked manner. Primal energies of the universe drifted through the air like dust, rain, and snow. Many students could no longer control their emotions and exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Xia Wn paled, her eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Beside her, Xu Lianhua was also stunned speechless. She instinctively thought back to every minute change in the 3 swords. Sword formation, it is a sword formation. Chen Liqiu said gravely. He did not have time to think about the changes in the sword lights, but he was certain that this was the only possibility. As Chen Liqiu's voice rang out, Another 8 streaks of light whistled through the air, arriving before Ding Ning and the others. Ding Ning still did not draw his sword. Beside him, Zhong Yi and the others did not attack. The ones attacking were still He Zhaoxi, Shen Yi, and Nangong Caishu. This time, there was a lot of popping sounds in the air, and a lot of bead-shaped energy that could be seen with the naked eye flew in all directions. However, the result was exactly the same. The 8 green jade swords scattered again. They used the sword moves from the same sword manual. At this moment, Xu Lianhua finally recalled the general path of the 3 sword moves and said in a low voice, "Sword moves from the same sword manual?" Xia Wan's right hand unconsciously landed on her sword hilt, and she gripped it harder and harder. She still couldn't understand. Chen Liqiu took a deep breath and furrowed his brows. It really works. Behind Ding Ning, Xieru looked at Ding Ning's back, her emotions indescribable. She, Zhong Yi, and the others, including Nangong Caishu and the other 2 who were attacking, finally believed that Ding Ning was speaking the truth. On the green jade mountain path, wind, frost, rain, snow, and lightning flashed. Green jade swords flew up and attacked Ding Ning and the others who were advancing on the mountain path. A sword that attacked was always faster than a sword that fell down. So there were swords flying around Ding Ning and the others, and sword lights attacking them. As Ding Ning and the others advanced, the number of swords around them increased, and the scene grew more stunning. It really is the same sword manual. Chen Liqiu turned slightly and asked Xu Lianhua, "Which part of the sword nucleus is this?" Xu Lianhua narrowed her eyes slightly and did not immediately answer. At this time, it was hard to see the figures of Ding Ning and the others who were surrounded by the flying green jade swords. Yet as He Zhaoxi, Shen Yi, and Nangong Caishu became more familiar with their sword moves, numerous glowing ribbons of water appeared around them. These glowing ribbons of water were true water. If a sword light landed on them, it would create large waves. The 7th part of the sword nucleus. I have seen it before, but have not comprehended it. After a few breaths of time, he finally replied. How is this possible? Xia Wan's face grew paler. Her gaze landed on Ding Ning's blurry figure and she repeated in a trembling voice. The dozens of sword manuals carved on the sword nucleus were all unusually profound and exquisite. A cultivator of ordinary talent would not be able to grasp one of these sword moves even after years of study. No one could comprehend all of these sword manuals in such a short time. Even a genius like her could only barely comprehend the sword moves of 2 sword manuals in one day and night. Ding Ning had not attacked from the start. But from his calm and confident expression and the reactions of the people behind him, Xia Wan knew that this was happening because of Ding Ning. But she clearly remembered that when she came here, Ding Ning had started to cultivate with his eyes closed. How long had he been looking at this sword nucleus? Half a cup of tea's time? No matter what kind of sword manual this was, how could it allow them to block the various exquisite sword moves of the green jade longswords with just 3 moves? Could it be that he was able to pick out such a sword manual from the sword embryo in such a short amount of time? Her ranking on the Book of Talents was much higher than Ding Ning. She had never fought Ding Ning before. But looking at Ding Ning's back, she suddenly lost confidence and felt cold. In the cold lands beyond the Great Wall, when a snowstorm suddenly descended, some wild beasts that could not get along would huddle together to resist the cold and pass through the snowstorm. When humans faced strong enemies, they would sometimes be like this. At this time, Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran were standing closer to each other. This is a sword manual with an extremely tight defense. Ku Shichuan looked at the mountain path and said softly to Yi Haoran, "But it is too soft, too slow. After leaving Minute Mountain Sword Sect, it should not be of much use normally. So I just glanced and did not pay attention." Hearing Ku Shichuan's proud words, Yi Haoran said coldly with slight disdain, "Not of much use normally. It's too soft and too slow. It's only because of our current realm. If someone could attack as fast as the 3 of them, this sword scripture would probably be the sword scripture with the strongest defensive ability in the world." Ku Shichuan's expression darkened slightly, but he did not argue with Yi Haoran. He said slowly, looking at these people, "I fear they are just trying to comprehend this sword manual." When he said this, He Zhaoxi, Nangong Caishu, and Shunyi had stopped attacking. Continuously using their full power to deal with the attacks of the 8 swords naturally consumed vital energy and stamina. So the ones attacking now were Xie Ru, Xie Chongxing, and Xu Heshan. Xie Ru and the other 2 were using sword moves from the same sword manual. The 3 sword moves created glowing streams of water. There seemed to be great gaps, but for some reason, they worked together seamlessly and blocked every sword that approached them. The green jade mountain path between the 2nd sword nucleus and the 3rd sword nucleus was not long. At this time, Ding Ning's group had passed more than half of it. So everyone was certain that they would pass through safely and at a small price. In the camp set up by Minute Mountain Sword Sect, multiple middle-aged cultivators stood shoulder to shoulder. Their deep eyes were filled with disbelief. This is Cloudwater Palace's sword manual, Water Exquisite. They were all outstanding teachers of famous cultivation places. Their knowledge was much greater than the students. One of them sighed softly. But even back in Cloudwater Palace, this was an unpopular sword manual. Even Bai Shanshui did not seem to cultivate this sword manual. Who would have thought this sword manual would have such a change? Water Exquisite's profundity lies in the numerous glowing ribbons of water. These water ribbons themselves do not have much power, but they flow around the body in a miraculous manner. Moreover, these water streams flow in different directions. When the sword is among them, borrowing the movement of these water streams, it can move around as it pleases in an extremely short amount of time that ordinary sword moves cannot do. The other person slowly shook his head and said, "It's just that no matter how fast a sword is, it's impossible for it to protect the several feet of land around it." These 3 swords were used together, each using a different move. It's as if someone can use this set of sword moves at several times the speed. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that a set of sword moves could be used to form a defensive sword formation. Does White Goat Cave also have Cloudwater Palace's sword manual? Someone looked at Ding Ning's figure and couldn't help but say softly, "White Goat Cave cannot have this sword manual." Someone said. But these people could not hear these words. Because the person who said this was currently standing in a green jade palace. This green jade hall was located on a cliff halfway up Skyscraper Mountain in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. In Minute Mountain Sword Sect, this place was a forbidden land for many Minute Mountain Sword Sect disciples. The person who said this was a young girl wearing a green jade robe. She was at most about the age of Xie Ru. Her features were young, her chest flat, and her body clearly not fully grown. Yet she stood with her hands at her sides and had an indescribable presence. Water Exquisite is a secret technique of Cloudwater Palace. The jade that recorded the Water Exquisite was taken from the secret vault after Cloudwater Palace was destroyed, and has been in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. I personally chose and engraved this sword manual. But even I did not know this sword manual could be like this. How could I have leaked it in advance? Her eyes darkened as she spoke coolly to a young man dressed in green robes next to her. Chapter 241. Those who could stand in the forbidden lands of Minute Mountain Sword Sect and watch the trials were naturally not ordinary people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. The young man beside the girl had a calm demeanor, but there seemed to be sword intent flowing out from his hair. It was as if any strand of his hair could kill someone. Hearing the young woman's words, he thought for a moment. Then he turned to the young woman and asked seriously, "If it was you, could you pick out a sword manual like this in such a short time and comprehend such a method?" "No," the young woman shook her head and said. The young man shook his head and said softly, "Even you can't do it. Unless." The young woman frowned slightly. Multiple sword marks seemed to appear on her forehead. The young man stilled and wanted to speak. But she immediately shook her head and said, "Still cannot." She thought of a possibility. Unless she had seen the powerful cultivators of Cloudwater Palace use this sword manual with her own eyes, and saw the many sword moves inside, and those sword moves were used quickly in a battle of life and death. Only then would she be able to connect the dots and do what this wine shop youth did in such a short time. But how old was this wine shop youth? Wei Cloudwater Palace had been destroyed before he was born, and the remaining great rebels of Cloudwater Palace did not cultivate this sword manual. In her view, this wine-shop youth could not have seen this kind of sword move, much less seen someone use this kind of sword to recruit people in a battle of life and death. So she was not as good as him. She disdained to find excuses for her inferiority. You are in charge of the trials this time. If the first sword nucleus tested their foundation, and the second sword nucleus tested their comprehension, then what do you want to test with the third sword nucleus? The young man looked at her and asked curiously, what did you put on the third sword nucleus? In this young man's view, some things were more important than foundation and comprehension, such as resolve, a mature mind, and large amounts of battle experience. To his surprise, the young woman answered, I have them choose swords. Choose swords. As a swordsman, you must first have a clear understanding of yourself, and know your strengths and weaknesses. The young girl was young, but she spoke like a teacher who had taught many disciples. Her tone was calm and unquestionable. If one cannot even choose a sword that can make up for one's shortcomings and greatly increase one's strength, then this person does not deserve to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study. Hearing the young lady's explanation, the young man smiled bitterly and said, looks like you want this competition to be fairer. The students of different cultivation places came from different backgrounds, and the quality of their swords were different. For example, Yi Haoran's cold serpent sword was made from true serpent crystal. Just the power of the sword itself was enough to pose a threat to most students. If he could obtain a sword of the same grade as this deadly frost sword, at least he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of external items. The following matches will be more interesting. The young woman nodded non-committally and said coolly, use everything you can to grow stronger as quickly as possible. This is the quality a cultivator needs the most. The young man stilled slightly and then said with pity that these people from White Goat Cave only seem to have comprehended this sword manual. Everyone gave up on themselves so that this wine shop youth can win in the end. The young woman's expression grew stern and she said seriously, regardless of the final result, these people, what they want to do, is worthy of respect. There were swords spinning and falling, swords floating in the air, but there were no more sword lights coming. Ding Ning passed this round. He looked at the third sword nucleus not far in front of him. He stopped in his steps and was silent for a while. He knew that his performance at this time was shocking enough, even enough to make someone feel a little embarrassed. The settings of the previous two stages had given him enough time to replenish his Zhen Yuan. Although the Zhen Yuan in his body was not abundant at this moment, in his opinion, the most difficult moment had passed. Just like now, the night had passed, and the morning sun had spread over all of Minute Mountain. Yet no matter how outstanding and perfect his performance, Xue Wangshu could not see him. He was no longer here. Everyone had to face life and death. People would encounter their friends and family leaving the world. He had endured this many times. But he could not help but feel sad. Junior sect brother, Zhongyi sensed his silence. He understood why Ding Ning was suddenly silent. His nose started to sting, but he still wanted to comfort Ding Ning. But Ding Ning didn't give him a chance to say anything comforting. Let's go, he said in a low voice, and then looked up slightly towards the sword nucleus. Xie Changsheng panted as he held his sword. His internal injuries caused his lungs to burn, and his blood and energy to roil unnaturally. But he was very excited and proud. He was certain that less than a third of the 300 students would pass this round. This way, he would at least enter the top 100 of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. He could not help but think of how happy his father would be when he learned of this news. What does this mean? But when he looked at the sword embryo in front of him and saw it clearly, he was stunned. To the Sword Valley, take a sword. There were also sword marks on the third sword embryo, but the sword marks only formed a simple sentence. Below these words was a map carved by the sword marks. Leave this green jade mountain path, and not continue up. Zhongyi also stilled. He saw that according to the map, they had to leave this green jade mountain path and walk towards a fork in the road next to the sword nucleus. He was not sure if there was a deeper meaning here. Whether the sword mark and the map had any special meaning hidden in it was not just the superficial meaning of the words and the pattern. Very interesting. At this time, Ding Ning said coldly. He started to walk towards the fork in the map. Then he said, the person who set this up is very interesting, and much more ambitious than Bailey Sushuer. The Bailey Sushuer that Ding Ning spoke of had an even louder title, the Master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Is it not good to speak of the Master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect like this here? Xie Changsheng felt that he was usually daring, but in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, he could not calmly comment on the Master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Also, I do not understand what this means. He looked at Ding Ning and coughed softly. Nothing much, it's just that we have to pick a sword ourselves. Ding Ning turned to look at him and said, the sword manuals that Minute Mountain Sword Sect casually threw out are more exquisite than the sect treasures of most cultivation places. The swords they casually threw out are naturally better than most swords outside. Xie Changsheng was shocked and said, for free? Ding Ning shook his head. They cannot be so rich. At most, they will borrow it for the trials. Xie Changsheng immediately grew disdainful and said, then what is the meaning? If I have so many good swords, I can give them for free. If you become the master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, I fear that you will give away all 10 of Minute Mountain Sword Sect's things, Xie Ru said disdainfully. Xie Changsheng naturally did not dare to argue with her and immediately changed the topic. He asked, then why do we have to go pick a sword ourselves? What is the idea? Ding Ning used simple words to answer softly. To make the following competitions fairer and more exciting. Some people do not have satisfactory swords. If a satisfactory sword suddenly appears, and it may have some unique abilities, then many possibilities will arise, and there will be more changes in battle. Ding Ning's explanation was clear. Xie Changsheng was shocked and said, in other words, next will be a battle between students. Ding Ning nodded. Minute Mountain Sword Sect is lending swords to fight, and not to cut carrots. No one felt that Ding Ning's joke was funny. If what followed was a series of battles, then there would be no trickery. Also, they had entered a mountain valley. This mountain valley was very barren. There were no trees, and wild grass grew everywhere. But at the center of the valley, there was an indigo palace. The indigo palace was very ordinary in style, like an ordinary Daoist temple, but it was very large and had a cold presence. According to the map, the sword that Minute Mountain Sword Sect had prepared for them to choose should be in that indigo palace. Since we are taking a sword, we should go in alone to take it. Ding Ning suddenly frowned deeply. He sensed something and stopped. There is a formation. After Ding Ning stopped, Zhongyi sensed something and his eyes flashed with shock. What we see now is not real. Xie Changsheng and Nangong Caishu exchanged a look. They had not sensed anything wrong, but from Ding Ning and Zhongyi's conversation, was there a unique formation ahead? I am not sure what kind of formation it is. I do not know what kind of sword is inside right now. Ding Ning thought and then turned to look at Zhongyi. He said softly, if there are Jiao sword furnace swords inside, you can choose a Jiao sword furnace sword. Zhongyi stilled, and so did everyone else. You can choose an especially heavy sword, but if there is a small curved sword with a faint white blade and a silver hilt, or a wide sword with many square holes and coin-like patterns, you have to choose one of these two swords. Ding Ning did not explain and said softly to Nangong Caishu. Junior sect brother Shen, there is a small sword carved from black jade. There are seal scripts on the hilt that are dark blue. If there is one, you have to choose this one. Without any pause, he turned to look at Shen Yi and said, if there is no such sword, you have to choose a lighter sword that can make your attacks faster. Chapter 242. Shen Yi and the others looked at Ding Ning like they were looking at a monster. They were so shocked they could not speak. This is just a possibility. There may not be the swords I speak of. But I hope you remember my words. If there are similar swords, do not mistake them. Ding Ning's expression was still calm. He turned to look at Xie Changsheng. You have to pay attention to see if there is a sword that seems to be made entirely out of crystal. Xie Changsheng frowned slightly and immediately asked, crystal? It's a rare kind of crystal. It looks crystal clear, but there are many natural golden threads inside. Ding Ning looked at him and said, that sword looks like crystal, but it is actually made from a unique material. There is a three-legged golden toad pattern on the hilt. If there is no such sword, find a short sword that is completely blue. It is about 3 feet long and has no patterns. Even if you do not channel any vital energy into it, it will give off a layer of blue energy. If there is no such sword, then you can slowly choose. After saying this, Ding Ning turned to Xieru and said, if there is, you can choose a light purple sword. There are small blue seal scripts in the shape of lightning on the blade. Or a sword that looks like an ordinary black iron sword, but the tip of that sword has very small holes. If you do not look directly at the tip, you will not be able to see them. If there are no such swords, you can choose a sword with a strong water presence. There may be a wide blue sword inside. That sword is a mother-son sword with a small sword embedded in it. If there is no such sword, you can find a long sword with red pine patterns. The blade is naturally hot, and you will feel slight pain when your fingers touch the hilt. Brother Shu, there's a sword that looks like it's made of snow and emits frost intent. That sword is the easiest to recognize. If there isn't one, you can look for a dark green sword. The runes on it are carved like willow leaves. If you don't have one, then try your best to choose a long and narrow sword. Without any hesitation, Xieru came down, followed by He Zhaoxi and then Shu Hushan. After speaking calmly, Ding Ning started to walk. Zhongyi subconsciously followed him. Although Ding Ning's words to him were the shortest, they caused his thoughts to be in a mess, causing him to have too many questions. The Jiao Sword Furnace. Why did Ding Ning want him to choose a sword from the Jiao Sword Furnace? Why did Ding Ning feel that there might be a sword from the Jiao Sword Furnace here? Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew against his face. The next moment, Zhongyi found that Ding Ning, who was in front of him, had disappeared. His body was swept up by an irresistible qi of heaven and earth and flew out in an instant. The scenery in front of him suddenly changed. Zhongyi was usually very calm, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but let out an unpleasant cry like a chicken being slaughtered. There were no weeds, no temples. The weeds and green temples he had seen before had all disappeared. Around him was a barren land of yellow sand, like a desert. Yet this desert was filled with all kinds of swords. Tens of thousands of swords were stabbed into the yellow sand and stones. The sword lights emitted from the swords interwove into layers of light screens. It was as if there were countless prisms in the air, and countless reflections of himself could be seen in the prisms. Zhongyi was shocked. He had never thought that there would be so many swords here. The edges and sword energies of these swords seemed to have cut his perception into pieces. The deathly still air was like sticky sugar water, trapping this world. He felt that cold wind was constantly blowing, but even the tiniest grain of sand on the ground was pressed down so hard that it didn't move at all. It was deathly and lifeless. The swords stabbed into the sand either straight or diagonally, resembling countless dead swordmasters. His first feeling was that this was not a valley of swords, but an enormous sword grave, a sea of swords. His body and hands started to tremble. Then his gaze instinctively started to search for the swords of the Jiao Sword Furnace that Ding Ning spoke of. The Jiao Sword Furnace had many different kinds of swords, but only those furnace-like swords could represent the Jiao Sword Furnace. The Jiao Sword Furnace was just an ordinary smithing shop. Each of its swords had been personally forged by the Grandmaster of Jiao Jianlu and numerous direct disciples. In the process of forging, a great amount of vital energy and primal energies of the universe had seeped into the swords, and the fire essence of the furnaces had been drawn in. So the representative swords of Jiao Jianlu, even if they had just fallen into the dust, would give off a great amount of fire energy. They were like furnaces giving off steam and fire. In a flash, Zhongyi saw 3 crimson balls of fire rising in the world like 3 enormous furnaces. At this time, Zhongyi started to understand where these swords came from, and why there was such an enormous sword grave in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. He started to think, the Qin dynasty's destruction of the 3 dynasties was such a grand story. In those past years, many powerful swordsmen had been killed in the few strokes of the history books. In order to kill so many powerful swordsmen, what kind of price had the Qin dynasty paid? How many cultivators and armies had died for it? The blood in his chest started to roil, his thoughts vast. Yet he still could not understand how Ding Ning had guessed that there might be such swords here. But after pausing for a few breaths, he began to walk towards the 3 huge furnaces. Many of these thousands of swords were famed swords that had been recorded in the records of the cultivation world. Many of them were especially attractive to cultivators due to their unique legends. But if Ding Ning had not told him to choose a Jiao sword furnace sword to carry, he might not have chosen any of the swords. He had a very powerful sword on him, and to him, it was more valuable than any of the swords here. But the swords of the Jiao sword furnace were enough to command the respect of any cultivator in the world. So Zhongyi respectfully approached the 3 Jiao sword furnace swords, and even bowed slightly. These 3 Jiao sword furnace swords were crimson red. They were forged from metal, but they looked like burning crystals. Even though the air in this sea of swords was as thick as sugar water, the burning heat from the 3 crimson swords still caused Zhongyi's eardrums to ring. The swords of the Jiao sword furnace were all peerless swords, and it was hard to distinguish them. Zhongyi did not hesitate. He sensed the temperature of the 3 swords and chose the one with the thickest heat. When he chose the Jiao sword furnace sword, Nangong Tsaishu, who was also in the sea of swords, found it hard to choose. She was more shocked than Zhongyi. There were too many swords in this sea of swords, but the 2 swords Ding Ning spoke of were present. She had found them all. The sword was a faint white, and the hilt was a curved silver sword. There was also a broadsword that was bronze in color and had many square holes on its body that looked like copper coins. These people's choices are very strange. The young girl in indigo robes could not help but say. The indigo hall she was standing on was on a cliff above the Valley of Swords. As the organizer of this event, she could clearly see the actions of any student in the Valley of Swords. Even when I entered this Valley of Swords for the first time, I could not help but wonder for 4 hours in my shock. These swords are more attractive to swordsmen than anything else in the world. But their goal is clear, they seem to know what kind of swords are here, and they just want to find that kind of sword here. Why is this? She frowned deeply and asked the young man next to her. This young man was her teacher, but he could not give an answer to a question she could not understand. This matter should be related to this wine shop youth. She bowed her head and thought for a moment. Her expression suddenly turned cold and she said, "I only hope that he did not cheat, and that someone did not reveal the contents of the trials." Chapter 243. I want to see what sword he will choose. After saying this, her face became even colder, like the ice on the surface of a river in the middle of winter. Ding Ning looked calmly at this sea of swords, the grave of 10,000 swords, and was silent. There were countless good swords here, and many of them could be described as peerless. They would not be worse than some of the swords in Minute Mountain Sword Sect's own sword storehouse. But because of their origins, they were placed here. Why is there endless war and killing? Because heroes are vying for supremacy, and the world is divided into 7 dynasties. Only when the world is united can there be no more years of war and killing. Yes. Ding Ning looked silently at this sea of swords. Such voices sounded in his ears like these 10,000 swords were speaking. The voices were filled with anger and disdain. They grew louder as though the masters of these 10,000 swords had come alive and were pointing at him and sneering. One person's thoughts cannot replace the thoughts of the world. Using stopping the killing as an excuse to create more killing is indeed wrong. Ding Ning took a deep breath and said softly to the 10,000 swords. Then he bowed reverently and turned to walk out. The expression of the young woman in green robes in the green jade hall froze. What does he mean? Does he not like even one sword? The young man next to her stilled. The young woman in green robes looked in shock at Ding Ning, who was walking out of the Sword Valley. She started to feel that her previous guess was wrong. I want to see them closer. She took a deep breath and then said to the young man. Thousands of swords formed a sea in the valley. The sharp killing intent and sword chi destroyed the ground, turning it into a land of death. However, looking in from the outside, it was still overgrown with weeds. A green hall was located in the middle of the valley, and there was not a single person in sight. The green weeds at the edge of the formation suddenly swayed slightly. A footprint appeared, and Ding Ning's figure appeared out of thin air. He did not choose any sword, and just went in to take a look. So he was still the first to come out of the sword selection round, and first. Call me when everyone is out. He used his last flower remnant sword to carve these words on the ground. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to cultivate. After a few dozen breaths of time, another footprint appeared on the green grass not far in front of him. The figure of a tall woman appeared in the air. It was Xie. Xieru's eyes were filled with indescribable shock. After seeing Ding Ning sitting cross-legged on the ground, she calmed down a little, but her gaze involuntarily fell to her right hand. She held a pure black sword in her hand. This sword, in terms of appearance, quality, and weight, was almost the same as the most common iron sword in Changling. If someone were to walk into the Valley of Swords and see the sword in her hand, they would definitely think that she had chosen the most ordinary sword. However, there was a row of fine holes at the tip of the black sword. Just like Ding Ning had said, if one did not look closely at the tip of the sword, they would not be able to see it. She did not know what sword this was, but this sword was one of the two that Ding Ning had specially mentioned to her. In such a sea of swords, this kind of pure black sword was the easiest to recognize. So when she saw the row of fine holes at the tip of the sword as Ding Ning had said, she did not hesitate in choosing this sword. So she was the second to walk out of the sea of swords in a short time. She sat down next to Ding Ning to rest. After a few dozen breaths of time, a scorching aura suddenly appeared in the air. Zhong Yi, holding the sword furnace sword, appeared in front of her. Zhong Yi was still in shock, but he was the most polite. After bowing to Xie who had stood up, he looked closely at Ding Ning's surroundings. He even sensed what was inside Ding Ning's sleeve. Then he looked in disbelief at Xie and asked, "He did not choose a sword?" "I don't think so." Xie shook her head and said softly, "When I came out, he was in meditation cultivation." Zhong Yi grimaced. He was a person who liked to use his brain, but when he was with Ding Ning, there were many things he could not understand. There really are swords from the Jiao sword furnace. Looking at Zhong Yi, whose body was half dyed red by the burning sword light, Xie could not help but say softly. Zhong Yi's expression suddenly grew heavy. He said softly, "Most of the famed swords of the Han, Jiao, and Wei dynasties are inside." At this time, the grass behind him gave off a soft sound. Another person walked out of the formation. Zhong Yi turned around and saw that the person who had walked out was He Zhaoxi. He Zhaoxi held a wide blue sword in his hand. The blade of this blue sword was exceptionally thick and gave off the feeling of a horse-slaying saber. "This is a mother-son sword." Zhong Yi thought of Ding Ning's words and asked curiously. The swords of the Qin dynasty rarely had strange shapes. He had never seen a mother-son sword before. He Zhaoxi took a deep breath and nodded. He extended the blue sword in front of Zhong Yi and Xie. "What is the use of this small sword?" Zhong Yi looked closely for a moment and found that the spine of this sword was a long and thin sword. The two seal scripts that looked straight were actually two grooves. He felt that this small sword could separate from the large sword along the grooves. However, this small sword did not have a hilt and could not be held with one's hand. Then was the use of this small sword just to be thrown at a certain time to injure the enemy? If that was the case, then this sword was too ordinary. What kind of formation is this? We can't even try it in here. How can we choose? Before He Zhaoxi could answer, a depressed shout sounded behind him. The fierce-looking Xie Changsheng appeared in their line of sight. "Be quiet." Fearing that Xie Changsheng would disturb Ding Ning, Xie immediately scolded in a low voice. Then she asked with a cold expression, "What do you mean we can't try?" Xie Changsheng stilled when he saw Ding Ning closing his eyes to cultivate. Then he instinctively lowered his voice and looked at Xie and the others. He said in puzzlement, "Did you not try the sword you wanted to choose inside?" Xie shook her head and then looked at Zhong Yi and He Zhaoxi. Zhong Yi also shook his head. Then He Zhaoxi also shook his head. "Even if you do not suspect Ding Ning, do you not have any curiosity?" Xie Changsheng shook his head helplessly and said, "Inside, vital energy can be channeled into these swords, but the sword energy of these swords cannot be released. There is no way to try them inside. After a pause, Xie Changsheng said with dissatisfaction, I originally wanted to bring both swords out, but I thought that the sword nucleus said to take one sword. If I brought both swords out, it would be like cheating in the casino. I may be disqualified from the trials. In the end, I gave up on that idea. You found the two swords Ding Ning spoke of to you? Xie Ru heard Xie Changsheng's meaning. Her gaze stopped on the sword in Xie Changsheng's hand. This was a sword that was very standard, but it was a crystal sword made of extremely special materials. The blade of the sword was sparkling and translucent, like a pure crystal. However, there were countless natural golden threads within the blade, and the golden threads on the hilt flowed to the surface, forming a pattern of a three-legged golden toad. The two swords were not far from each other. I found them almost at the same time. Xie Changsheng nodded and answered. So you found it hard to choose between the two swords? Zhongyi looked in shock at the sword in Xie Changsheng's hand and asked, then why did you choose this sword? You have not seen that short blue sword. If that short blue sword and my sword were placed in front of you at any other time, you would definitely choose that short blue sword. Because that short blue sword is so sharp that even the sword energy can hurt people. In comparison, this sword looks too weak, as though it could be easily cut apart by that sword. Xie Changsheng flipped his left hand towards Zhongyi and said, if Ding Ning had not mentioned my sword first, I would not have chosen this sword. There was a bloody mark on Xie Changsheng's left palm that was still seeping small beads of blood. Sword energy can hurt people. Zhongyi, He Zhaoxi, and Xie Ru all inhaled sharply. Xie Changsheng sneered and said, my palm was an inch away from the edge of the sword when I was cut. What sword is this? Xie Ru couldn't help but wonder if Xie Changsheng was speaking the truth. The name of the sword is not important. Xie Changsheng shook his head and looked at Ding Ning. What I do not understand is why Ding Ning felt that there would be such a sword here. Did he know there would be such a sword see inside? The sword is the Xieji sword, made from the horn of the Xieji, and comes from the former Zhao. But I also do not understand how he knew there would be such a sword here, and how he knew there would be such a sword see inside. So he must explain it to me. A female voice sounded from the back. But everyone immediately knew it was not Nangong Caishu. Nangong Caishu's voice could not be so cold and authoritative. Zhongyi shook and turned around. He saw a young woman in blue robes appear in his sight. Then, his eyes felt a stabbing pain. At this time, a young man whose hair seemed to flow with sword energy appeared behind the young woman in blue robes. Chapter 244. Xie Changsheng's face suddenly turned snow-white. Even when he had been seriously injured by the first sword nucleus and coughed up blood, he had not felt much terror. But the moment he saw this green-robed young woman, he felt terror from the bottom of his heart. This kind of terror came from animal instincts, and not from the difference in strength. It was like an adult male sheep would still feel fear when seeing a young wolf. He had seen countless young talents before, but had never felt such a feeling. What kind of terrifying monster are you? Looking at the green-robed young woman, he immediately thought of this. In the next moment, he thought of a possibility and his body started to freeze. Xie Ru and He Zhaoxi were not much better off than Xie Changsheng. The only one who could move was Zhongyi. Because he was a man of etiquette, he bowed to the green-robed young woman and the young man behind her, even though he was terrified in this moment. Excuse me. I am Jing Liuli, the green-robed young woman answered directly. The green-robed young woman replied very directly. She did not care at all about the great waves her simple and crude reply caused in the hearts of these people. So you should know that I have the right to have him explain to me. The young woman looked coldly at Zhongyi and said. Zhongyi could not express any objection. The name Jing Liuli did have the greatest right. Even if she was not in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, her name had enough right to ask many people to do many things. From the first year of Yuanwu to now, she and Baosha of Lingshu Sword Gate were thought by everyone to be the strongest cultivators of the Qin dynasty in the future. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, This green-robed young woman in front of him would be the future successor of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. The next master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. At this time, this green-robed young woman had the dignity of a sect master. Zhongyi slowly nodded. He was about to turn around, but Jing Liuli, the most famous young woman in the world, stopped him. I can wait. She glanced at the words beside Ding Ning and said, before this matter is resolved, in order to ensure the fairness of this competition, you don't have to wake him up now. You don't have to interrupt his cultivation. You can do as he said and wait until all of your people come out before you wake him up. Her words were very fair. Zhong Yi and the others were speechless. At this moment, a burst of biting cold inexplicably appeared in the air. White frost suddenly appeared on a patch of grass at the edge of the magic array, and then Shu Hashan's figure appeared. He held a pure white sword in his hand. It was the color of pure snow, as if it was a sword made of snow. However, the sword was constantly surrounded by ribbon-like icy air. No snow could produce such a coldness. When he saw Jing Liuli, Shu Hashan's body immediately froze. This is the Cold River Thousand Snow Sword, the life-bond sword of a former academician of the Wei dynasty. While it has lost its life-bond energy, it is the coldest sword in the Sword Valley, Jing Liuli said coolly, and didn't even turn to look at Shu Hashan. Shu Hashan had come out, and only Nangong Tsaishu and Shunyi remained. This sword is called Twining Branches of Hatred, the sword of the master of the Han's Thousand Lotus Palace, Jing Liuli continued without stopping. Before she finished speaking, Shunyi's figure appeared. In Chen Yi's hand was a sword with a glossy black jade-like luster, and the hilt was covered in a dark blue twining pattern. After saying this, Jing Liuli seemed to know that Nangong Tsaishu would not appear soon, so she stopped. Then what sword is mine? Xie Changsheng could not help but speak. He felt that his terror was very cowardly. He spoke now because he wanted to shake off this terror. One sword illuminates 19 cities. This is the brilliant light sword of the former top general of the Zhao dynasty, Zhao Kui. However, when it appears in his hand, it always shines brightly. Very few people can see the true form of this sword. Jing Liuli glanced casually at Xie Changsheng. She seemed to see Xie Changsheng's thoughts, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corners of her mouth. Xie Ru gritted her teeth. She also wanted to know what sword she held, but she instinctively felt that the more she asked, the more disadvantageous it would be for Ding Ning. At this time, Jin Liuli looked at Xie Changsheng and slowly said, Nangong Tsaishu is slow because she finds it hard to choose like you. She wants to choose between the fish intestine sword and the gold sword. She is more careful than you. Now, she has chosen. She has chosen the fish intestine sword. For some reason, hearing Jing Liuli's cold and calm words, and seeing the faint disdain at the corners of her mouth, Xie Changsheng felt angry and embarrassed. What sword is the fish intestine sword? He said angrily. You must not have even heard of this sword. The masters of these swords died in battle before you were born. Many of the masters of these swords were powerful, but they were not famous until they died. They are rarely recorded in the records. So I do not understand why he would let you choose these swords. Jing Liuli did not answer his question. Her gaze moved to Ding Ning, her expression growing colder. Then she said, You can wake him up. The grass at the edge of the formation gave off strange sounds. Nangong Tsaishu's figure appeared. Jing Liuli did as she said. After everyone finished choosing their swords, she would wake Ding Ning up. Zhong Yi struggled to swallow. Then he reached out with his left hand in an unusually stiff posture and patted Ding Ning's shoulder. Ding Ning's eyelashes fluttered. His eyes opened. The green-robed young woman's brows unconsciously furrowed deeply. Ding Ning's gaze immediately landed on her, but Ding Ning's expression was still calm. I am Jing Liuli. She stared into Ding Ning's eyes and said word by word, You must answer some of my questions. This will determine if you can continue to participate in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Ding Ning looked silently at Jing Liuli. Now that he had seen the girl in the legends, he was sure that the rumors were true. Sensing this young woman's presence, he was certain that even in the strongest era of the Basin Kendo ground, if this young woman had been born in that era, she would have had a place among the top experts. Jing Liuli's eyes narrowed slightly. She was not used to people being so calm in front of her, and not used to people not immediately answering her. Just as she was about to speak again, Ding Ning nodded. How do you know these swords? Why do you feel that the Sword Valley may be a sea of swords like this? Did someone leak all the contents of the Minute Mountain Sword trials to you in advance? If so, no matter what status that person has in the Minute Mountain Sword trials, they cannot protect you. Jing Liuli spoke with a cold expression. Hearing her words, even Xie Changsheng started to suspect that someone had leaked all the contents of the Minute Mountain Sword trials to Ding Ning in advance. This was because Ding Ning's previous performance could not be explained by any reasonable reason other than cheating. But Ding Ning started to explain. He said calmly, I know these swords because I spent a long time with Forefather Ju. I heard him speak of countless famous swords of the past. These swords are just a part of them. Jing Liuli's expression grew colder. Forefather Ju was an old man of Changling, but no one could test if he knew these swords, especially now that he was dead. Any explanation that pushed the blame onto a dead person would not be convincing. But she did not immediately speak because she wanted to see how Ding Ning would answer her next question. That was a truly difficult problem to explain. I feel that the Sword Valley may be such a sea of swords because of the second sword nucleus. Yet Ding Ning did not pause and continued calmly. Jing Liuli's eyes flashed. She immediately said, what does it have to do with the second sword nucleus? The sword manuals carved on the second sword nucleus do not look like the sword manuals of the Qin dynasty. Thinking of how Minute Mountain Sword Sect has never revealed any sword manuals before, and how these sword manuals are so profound and exquisite, I think that these sword manuals can only come from the cultivation places of the three dynasties destroyed by the Qin dynasty. They are the things of outsiders, and it does not matter if outsiders see them. Ding Ning looked calmly at her and said, everyone has a weakness, including the person who arranged the Minute Mountain Sword trials. I want to win this sword trial, so I will study the person who arranged the Minute Mountain Sword trials as an enemy. I want to see if this person has any pattern in his conduct. Since the second sword nucleus is filled with things from outside, I think this sword selection may also be filled with things from outside. Since the sword manuals on the second sword nucleus are so exquisite, I think with this person's conduct, the next sword selection in the Sword Valley will naturally be astounding swords. So I feel that there may be many famous swords from the three dynasties. But I had not thought that there would be so many swords, and such a sword grave. Hearing Ding Ning's calm narration, Jing Liuli's eyes showed true shock. The question she found hard to answer came from such a reasonable deduction. Even more importantly, she was the person who arranged the Minute Mountain Sword trials, as Ding Ning said. Was Ding Ning able to do this because of some weaknesses in his personality and conduct? As long as it was a weakness, it could be exploited. So she was truly shocked. Chapter 245. If you suspect me of cheating, then ask who in Minute Mountain Sword Sect knows about these arrangements. If it was me, I would not think that anyone from Minute Mountain Sword Sect would help me cheat because they would not gain anything from me. Ding Ning turned his head and looked at the tents on the distant slope. He said in a calm and cold tone, I am just an ordinary White Goat Cave disciple. Jing Liuli looked at the dots of white in Ding Ning's hair and was silent for a moment. Then she asked, why did you not choose a sword in the Sword Valley? This is a private matter. Ding Ning turned his head and said to her. Jing Liuli said, this is the last question I will ask you, and you can think of it as a private matter. There are many reasons for not choosing the swords inside. Ding Ning did not insist. He looked at the remnant sword at his waist and said, for example, a personal matter. This sword was given to me by a teacher in the sect and is of great importance to me. For example, the problem of using the sword itself. You should know that I am not the strongest in vital energy among these students. If I want to win, I cannot rely on vital energy and the power of the sword itself. Even if I can find an extraordinary sword, they can also find other extraordinary swords. In terms of power, I still have no advantage. If I want to win, I have to rely on the sword itself. So, I need a sword I am most familiar with. Hearing Ding Ning's understanding, even the young man behind Jing Liuli was shocked. He was shocked that Ding Ning had such comprehension at such a young age, and even more shocked by Ding Ning's confidence. You want to use the use of sword moves and sword essence to win against your opponent. Jing Liuli nodded. The frost on her face had completely disappeared and was replaced by a strange light. Ding Ning nodded and said, having great strength does not mean being able to fight. This is a simple truth. You are right. I hope you can win in the end. After saying this, Jing Liuli turned and her figure disappeared into the air of the valley. While everyone knew it was because of the formation, they still felt it was unreal. For someone like her to appear in front of him, it was already somewhat unreal. Especially the last sentence she said, it felt even more unreal. People like her did not need to be fake. She said she hoped Ding Ning could win in the end. This meant she really admired Ding Ning. The young man with sword intent flowing all over his body smiled apologetically at Ding Ning and the others, as if he was apologizing for wasting their time. Then, without saying anything, he turned and disappeared. After his figure disappeared for a long time, Zhongyi finally refocused. He looked at Ding Ning with a happy gaze and said in a trembling voice, "Junior sect brother, even Jing Liuli hopes you can win. You are really amazing." After saying this, he felt it was not right. He took a deep breath and said, "My junior sect brother is amazing. Regardless of whether you can win in the end, senior sect brother will be proud of you. This is not the time to be jealous and proud. Let's go, someone has caught up." Ding Ning looked back and said emotionlessly. Then he started to walk. "It is Yi Haoren, from Li Lingjuan's residence." Looking at the white figure that appeared in their sight, Nangong Saishu said gravely, "Maybe we should leave one person behind to see how they perform when they pass that sword path. It is not very useful. That sword path is not a true threat to those ranked in the top 20 of the Book of Talents. It cannot force them to show their true hidden power." Ding Ning did not even turn his head. It is a waste of time to see it. Jing Liuli passed through the sword valley and walked to the other end. Her footsteps gently stepped on the yellow sand, but it caused many swords in this sword valley to tremble. The young man behind her suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "You have a fighting spirit. Do you actually think that he will be your opponent?" Intuition is hard to say, especially when you know that my intuition is very accurate. Just like when I first saw Baosha was just a child who had not started to cultivate, but I felt that he would be my opponent in the future. She did not even look back and said slowly, "This wine shop youth gives me the same intuition. But the prerequisite is that he must survive because he does not have much time left." Was that person really Jing Liuli? After following Ding Ning for many steps, Xie Changsheng still had a disbelieving expression and became even more joyful. "I actually saw Jing Liuli. Xie Ru rarely saw him like this." Her expression immediately darkened and she said, "Look at you. Just now, you don't even dare to breathe. What are you so happy about?" Xie Changsheng stilled and then said angrily, "This is Jing Liuli. Then what is there to be happy about?" Xie Ru looked at him and said, "You are so happy just to see her. Do you count as a man of the Xie family?" Xie Changsheng grew even angrier and said, "Then what can I do? Can I marry her?" Xie Ru did not look at him and said, "I'm afraid you don't even dare to think about it." If it were any other day, Xie Changsheng would not have argued with her. But today, Xie Changsheng felt as if his scar had been exposed. He shouted angrily, "Why wouldn't I dare to think about it?" When he said this, Xie Changsheng suddenly felt the surroundings were deathly silent. Even Ding Ning paused in front of him. Everyone looked at him strangely. Even Zhongyi looked at him strangely. "What are you doing?" Xie Changsheng's face suddenly flushed red as he shouted. Zhongyi was a gentleman. He realized that he had been rude. Seeing Xie Changsheng shout at him, he felt that he had to respond. So he hesitated and said awkwardly, "Marrying Jing Liuli, you dare to think about this?" Xie Changsheng, you are very impressive. Xie Changsheng's expression froze. Shunyi looked at him. He wanted to laugh but did not dare to. Zhongyi said sincerely, "People do have to set goals for themselves. The higher the goal, the greater the achievement." Xu Hashan and Nangong Tsaishu looked at Xie Changsheng with sympathy. Xie Changsheng stilled and did not speak. He lowered his head and followed Ding Ning with a dark expression. But after walking dozens of steps, when everyone thought the matter was over, Xie Changsheng suddenly looked up and said angrily, "No one said that a man must be of higher cultivation than a woman to marry her. So what if I set her as my goal?" "You are serious?" This time, even the most taciturn He Zhaoxi could not help but look in shock at him. Xie Changsheng looked angrily at him as though he did not want to answer his question. He Zhaoxi was slightly embarrassed and said, "But you have to like her, you cannot sulk." Xie Changsheng grew even more furious. "You think she is not good-looking, how is she not outstanding?" He Zhaoxi was speechless. Jing Liuli seemed to be very good-looking. If she was not outstanding, then who was? However, this seemed a little too absurd. If I can make people look at me differently just by setting her as my goal, why should I not do it? Xie Changsheng recovered his usual demeanor and snorted coldly. "Amazing." Zhongyi once again praised sincerely. As they spoke, they had reached a cliff on one side of the valley according to the diagram on the third sword nucleus. There was a narrow path between the cliffs. After passing through this narrow path, the view in front of them suddenly opened up, and an even bigger valley appeared. Facing them were several simple huts made of wood. They were similar to the residences that some farmers in Changling used to raise chickens and ducks. The aroma of food came from these simple huts. They had not eaten for a day and night, so the aroma of food was very tempting. But Ding Ning, Zhong Yi, and the others continued to look behind these simple huts. Behind the simple huts was a vast flat ground. Countless people's footsteps seemed to have rubbed against the ground here, so the ground was as smooth and hard as though it was covered with a layer of stone. There were sword marks on the ground. The flat ground was divided into many areas, and each area looked the same size. Do the students who arrive here fight in the areas divided by the sword marks? Nangong Tsaishu took a deep breath and could not help but say softly, "So old-fashioned." Very old-fashioned, but very practical. Ding Ning walked into the simple hut. The food in the shabby shed was also very practical. An iron pot on a large stove that was still emitting steam was filled with white rice, while the other 2 iron pots of the same size were filled with large pieces of braised pork and the most common boiled vegetables. Chapter 246. Usually, the fatty red braised meat and the light boiled vegetables were the best accompaniment. They were food that appeared in the meals of ordinary people in Changling. Especially when one was hungry, this combination and the steaming white rice were filled with indescribable temptation. These meals were naturally for the students who arrived here. There were clean bowls and chopsticks on the simple wooden table in the hut. The sword marks on the wooden table formed an unusually simple word for use. It seems not bad. There is no need to fight on an empty stomach. He Zhaoxi's stomach rumbled as he said with some shame. His work and rest schedule in Green Vine Sword School was extremely regular. He had 3 meals a day on time. This way, he could ensure he was in the best state to cultivate each day. After not eating or drinking for a day and night, he finally realized that the effect of hunger on him was greater than ordinary people. Zhong Yi and Shen Yi were used to taking care of Shui Wangshu in Falling Parasol. At this time, they naturally and skillfully scooped rice for everyone. They placed the braised meat and vegetables on top of the rice, and then drizzled some soup over it. The first bowl was habitually given to Shui Wangshu. This reminded Zhong Yi that Shui Wangshu had passed away. Zhong Yi's eyes turned slightly red. This bowl is for Cave Master. So he sadly bowed his head. He put the chopsticks on the first bowl of rice and placed it at the head of the table. Xie Changsheng didn't want to think too much about these heavy matters. Instead, he glanced at the bowl of rice Chen Yi handed to him. Looking at the oily meat on top of it, he casually said, "This looks a lot like the last meal in prison." Nangong Tsaishu heard this and said helplessly, "Can't you say something more auspicious? Eat, eat." He Zhaoxi was extremely hungry. He did not care about his image and started to eat. Ding Ning also picked up a bowl of rice. But after taking a bite, his brow imperceptibly furrowed. The taste of the food was very good, and there were no problems with the texture. However, the countless invisible little silkworms in his body had already reacted naturally, becoming restless. The 9-death silkworm he cultivated was the most profound method in the world. His perception of the body was many times stronger than most methods in the world. So in the next moment, he felt some presences that were detrimental to his body spread through his body. There was clearly something wrong with these dishes. They contained some kind of strange poison. But why was there a problem with the food prepared by Minute Mountain Sword Sect? Ding Ning put down his bowl and chopsticks. He looked at He Zhaoxi and the others who were eating happily. He thought of the appearance of Jing Liuli just now. His eyes flashed and he maintained his silence. The braised meat and vegetables were very appetizing. He Zhaoxi, who had the best appetite, finished a bowl in a few moves and quickly started on his third bowl. Junior brother, you should eat some too. Zhongyi saw Ding Ning stop eating and thought that Ding Ning was sad. He could not swallow and stopped to comfort him. Ding Ning glanced at him, shook his head and did not speak. Zhongyi felt even more sad and found it difficult to eat. At this time, Ding Ning suddenly looked up towards the side of the hut. Zhongyi did not know why Ding Ning would do such a thing. He instinctively looked up and followed Ding Ning's gaze. Then he was shocked. Under the eaves of the hut dozens of feet away from him and Ding Ning, an indigo figure had appeared at some unknown time. This was also a young man wearing a green jade robe. Compared to the young man who had followed Jing Liuli, this Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator standing under the eaves close to them had an ordinary appearance. Even more importantly, he did not have any sharp sword essence. Even now, he did not sense any presence belonging to a cultivator from this young man. If he took off the indigo robes that represented Minute Mountain Sword Sect, he feared that this young man would not attract his attention as he walked through the streets of Changling. When Zhongyi saw this Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator who had suddenly appeared and was stunned, Xie Changsheng and the others discovered this person's arrival and put down their bowls and chopsticks. Why are you not eating? This ordinary-looking indigo-robed man did not care about their gazes and asked Ding Ning. His voice was very ordinary, his tone calm and without any special characteristics. Ding Ning glanced at him and said calmly, "Do not want to eat. Why do you not want to eat? Is the food not good?" The indigo-robed man asked with unusual friendliness. Nangong Tsaishu suddenly felt cold. This indigo-robed man gave people the feeling of a chef in a restaurant asking about the taste of a guest's dishes. Ding Ning did not immediately answer. "I am the best cook in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and I think that my food tastes better than most restaurants in Changling. Even more importantly, I have not personally cooked for many years." The indigo-robed man looked at the bowl of food in front of Ding Ning and said. As he spoke, his tone was still gentle, like a chef in a restaurant asking for a guest to give him some face. He moved his chopsticks. The taste of the food was exceptional. Even though the rice had been warm for a long time, it was still just right. There were no flaws to be found in the braised meat. But hearing his words, even Xie Changsheng thought of something terrifying. His face turned green, especially He Zhaoxi, who had almost finished his third bowl of food. He Zhaoxi felt his stomach twist. "You are Elder Gang Ren?" Nangong Tsaishu suppressed the shock in her heart and asked. The indigo-robed man looked at her humbly, nodded and said, "This one is Gang Ren." He Zhaoxi's stomach twisted, and he started to feel nauseous. Xie Changsheng and the others also began to feel fear in their hearts because the person in front of them was the legendary human chef. In the past wars between the Qin dynasty, the Han, Zhao, and Wei, Gang Ren of Minute Mountain Sword Sect had been a student like them. But even so, this Minute Mountain Sword Sect student had left behind many records. He'd once assassinated a few important generals of the Dark Han dynasty, and there was once when he hid in a military camp of the Dark Han dynasty that was filled with tens of thousands of soldiers for over 10 days. In the end, not a single person in the military camp noticed his existence, and when he finally succeeded in his assassination and left, no one noticed his tracks. However, the most shocking record about him was that he first disguised himself as a Han cook in Di Tuor City, and then was recruited into the army as a cook. Then, He used poison to kill over 1,000 people in one go, incurring the wrath of the Han dynasty's famous General Han Song. He sent out 5,000 elite cavalry troops and several dozen cultivators to chase after him, forcing him all the way into the Han northern lands. After a great snow sealed off the mountains, the Han army used 3,000 elite infantry troops to cooperate with the cultivators to chase after him. However, in the end, it was Gang Ren who survived, while more than half of the 3,000 infantry troops and several dozen cultivators who surrounded him died. After the mountains in the north of the Han were sealed, there was very little food. In order to cut off Gang Ren's source of food, the Han army had killed all the small animals and useful plants that the infantry had passed. The small teams that went into the mountains to search each day would first eat their fill, and then not bring any food with them. In some records, Gang Ren had survived by killing enemies and taking their leg meat. Although Gang Ren had not personally confirmed this kind of helpless act of survival during wartime, it gave Gang Ren the nickname of Human Chef. But what was certain was that Gang Ren of Minute Mountain Sword Sect was a powerful assassin. He was not just a swordsman, but also a master of poison. A person like this was a true legend to the juniors of Changling. Xie Zhongsheng had never thought that he would actually meet another legendary figure here at this moment. It has nothing to do with taste. But Ding Ning was still calm. He shook his head and said, "Then you must eat a bowl." Gang Ren shook his head helplessly and said, "Because there is poison in the food." Zhong Yi, Xie Changsheng, and the others immediately changed expression. Telling people there was poison, and then forcing them to eat, what did this mean? Was this person one of the Empress people, and could control Minute Mountain Sword Sect? But Gang Ren continued humbly, "Because this is the rule of the trials. Originally, I did not need to say anything because I felt that cultivators under Realm 7 would not be able to detect my poison. I am confident in my cooking and taste, but I had not expected that after starving for a day and night, there would be people who did not want to eat my food." After saying this, he shook his head sullenly and said, "What kind of logic is this?" Xie Changsheng and the others were speechless. They all felt that Gang Ren's words should have been spoken by them because poisoning was the rule of the trials. To poison them? What kind of logic was this? This is not an ordinary poison. Gang Ren glanced at everyone and slowly explained, "This is the 7-leaf powder, a poison recipe of the former Wei. The medicinal power of the 7-leaf powder is very unique. When cultivators are poisoned, there will be no reaction. But when they fight, their vital energy will flow violently. The medicinal power of the 7-leaf powder will affect the blood and internal organs in the body. It will bring great pain, and cause many of the body's functions to be out of balance. It will make people feel as though they have been poisoned or seriously injured. So this 7-leaf powder is also called the 70% powder. This means that cultivators who have been poisoned can only use 70% of their power. If they go over, their body will not be able to withstand it. What kind of logic is this?" Xie Changsheng could not help but shout. Thinking of how he had been poisoned, he shouted with a black face, "What kind of freakish sword trial rule is this? I did not set this rule, but I agree with the logic." Gang Ren smiled unconcernedly and said, "Most of the battles a cultivator experiences in their life will not be when they are in their best state. Many times, they will fight when they are injured. So fighting in this state has more practical meaning. Also, controlling one's vital energy, controlling one's body, how to conserve vital energy, this is the so-called freedom of control. If one cannot even sense one's injuries, how much power they can use, and how to fight for as long as possible when injured, then this cultivator does not qualify to be a disciple of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, or even enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study. Because Minute Mountain Sword Sect wants swordsmen who can truly fight and kill, not sword dancers who only know how to use sword moves." When he said this, Gang Ren had some pride on his face. Chapter 247. Then what if I did not care about the medicinal power of the 7-leaf powder and fought with my full power? Would you not save me, and let me die from the poison? Xie Changsheng looked at Gang Ren with an ashen face and shouted, "If I really am poisoned to death, who will take responsibility for this?" The 7-leaf powder will only cause the body's functions to become chaotic, but it won't directly poison a person to death. If you really don't care about the 7-leaf powder's poison and forcefully use your true essence, then at that time, you will be able to experience the pain of those terminally ill people who are dying. Gang Ren was not angry at all. Instead, he found it amusing and laughed. The various pains at that time are not something that can be endured with a moment of bravery. Moreover, you let the poison take effect. When the time comes and you are killed by a sword during the competition, no matter how you want to settle the score, it will not be my fault. Xie Changsheng said angrily, if I am killed because of the poison will be given. How can it not be blamed on you? Gang Ren smiled slightly and said, I am only following the orders of my sect. If you want to blame, you can only blame Minute Mountain Sword Sect. I am not the strongest in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Even if the sky falls, it will not be my turn to hold it up. Xie Changsheng was speechless. The strongest in Minute Mountain Sword Sect was naturally the sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. But in the rumors of the world, while the sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect loved peace and never left the mountain, he was an extremely petty, protective and vengeful person. Who dared to find the sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect for revenge? Soft chewing sounds sounded at this time. Xie Changsheng turned in shock and saw Ding Ning had picked up his bowl and started to eat. Just like how Ding Ning usually ate in Falling Parasol, Ding Ning seemed to be eating with relish. Gang Ren looked at Ding Ning. He still had a warm smile on his face, but his eyes showed undisguised admiration. The Minute Mountain Sword Trials was a great event for everyone in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Naturally, everyone in Minute Mountain Sword Sect was paying attention to the progress of the trials. He admired Ding Ning's previous progress. But even if he admired him, even with his status in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, he could not pass the trial and directly grant Ding Ning the right to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study. Sometimes, rules were rules. Without rules, there would be no order. Seeing Ding Ning start to eat, Xie Changsheng could not get angry even if he wanted to, but he was still unwilling. He turned to look at Gang Ren and said, even if the medicinal power of this 7-leaf powder is very unique and everyone can only use 70% of their power, those with higher cultivation can use 70%, those with lower cultivation can also use 70%. Those with higher cultivation still have a great advantage over those with lower cultivation. What's the point of weakening someone of the same level? What? Don't tell me you want to take away his natural advantage in cultivation? Gang Ren seemed to find Xie Changsheng more and more interesting. He could not help but laugh. Then what's the point of some people working hard? Everyone doesn't have to work so hard to cultivate their Jin Yuan. You don't have to use your Jin Yuan to fight. Xie Changsheng stilled and could not find words to refute. Gang Ren looked meaningfully at him and continued, moreover, it is 70%, but can everyone grasp it so accurately? Fighting after using the 7-leaf powder is a game of ordinary people blindfolded walking towards the edge of a cliff. The closer they are to the cliff, the more benefits they will obtain. But if they cross the line, they will fall off the cliff and die. Some people, for safety, will walk less and stay further away from the cliff. Then they can only use 50 to 60% of their vital energy. Some people are daring and walk a few steps closer to the cliff. Maybe they can surpass 60%. As to 70%, it is too difficult for you. Xie Changsheng's expression grew uglier as he listened, but Zhongyi grew more respectful. Hearing this, he couldn't help but bow to Gang Ren and said, Sir, your explanation is very detailed. We have benefited greatly. Thank you, sir. Gang Ren bowed warmly in return. If he had not revealed his identity, no one would connect him to the terrifying human chef of the legends. He Zhaoxi picked up his rice bowl again. He had a large appetite to begin with. Now that he knew that the 7-leaf powder was not a poison in the ordinary sense, the food became sweet and delicious in his eyes. However, he still had some misgivings, so he put down the bowl and asked respectfully, Sir, is there a difference in severity between poisons from the 7-leaf powder? Actually, if you eat half a bowl, it is the same no matter how much you eat. To be on the safe side, I want to personally see each of you eat a bowl. The poison of the 7-leaf powder is very interesting. It doesn't matter if you eat more. After all, it's not the kind of medicinal power that kills. After a few days, the poison will naturally dissipate without leaving any traces. Gang Ren patiently explained again. They had to eat, but it was fine to eat more. Also, the braised meat and vegetables were delicious. Since a legendary cultivator like Gang Ren had personally cooked, everyone ate in peace. Is it really fine to eat more of this 7-leaf powder? A moment later, Xie Changsheng's face suddenly changed as he cried out, "Why is my stomach hurting?" Hearing his cry, the others immediately became nervous. However, Gang Ren only glanced at him indifferently without any change in expression. "I haven't eaten for a day and night and ate 4 bowls of rice in a row. My stomach is naturally bloated and painful." Xie Changsheng immediately froze. Nangong Caishu and the others wanted to laugh but could not. There's still enough time. There shouldn't be any problems when the next competition starts. Zhongyi looked at Xie Changsheng seriously and consoled him. "Senior, are we going to wait for all the students who can reach here to arrive before starting the advancement test?" At this time, Ding Ning suddenly interrupted. "It shouldn't be so simple, right?" "Chem." Gang Ren made a sound of surprise and turned his head in surprise. He saw Ding Ning looking calmly at the fields divided by sword marks. His eyebrows rose and he asked, "Why do you feel that it will not be so simple? Previously, when I saw the setup here, I thought that the next would be a practical one-on-one promotion competition. But Elder, you are an additional obstacle." Ding Ning looked back at him and said calmly, "Since Elder said that Minute Mountain Sword Sect only needs people who can use the sword to kill, and not sword dancers, and Elder also said that most of the battles that cultivators experience in their lives are not fair one-on-one fights after both sides have rested, but sudden battles. Many of them are being chased, or fighting for a long time on the battlefield, or even fighting for a long time after being wounded, or being chased or trapped after being wounded. To get close to this situation, it is not enough to limit vital energy to a few tenths." After a pause, Ding Ning said, "Since they sent someone like Elder, and spent so much effort to make food and poison, they cannot just go through the motions. So I feel that it will not be so simple, maybe it will make us truly tired, and even wounded." Gang Ren's appearance was very ordinary. His expression had been very ordinary since he appeared, but when he heard Ding Ning's words, his expression suddenly grew solemn and flashed with strange light. "Your conjecture is correct because the person in charge of the trials is also a genius, and geniuses usually pursue perfection and extremes." He looked solemnly at Ding Ning, nodded and said seriously, "Those who attend the trials, especially those who can reach this point, are naturally 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But the more outstanding a genius is, the fewer battles they have been defeated in before. Many of them may have never been seriously wounded, but for a cultivator, being wounded is an important experience. Some people are terrified when they imagine having a dozen bleeding wounds and having to continue fighting. If they really encounter a situation where they are stabbed in the stomach, they may not even be able to use any of their power, much less try to survive. Most young people understand that bravery is important, but they do not understand what true bravery is because they have never experienced a situation like this." Looking at Xie Changsheng and the others who were completely pale, Gang Ren added. His expression was solemn from beginning to end. Because he saw Ding Ning's talent in a different light, and even won some of his respect, he, like Jing Liuli, hoped that Ding Ning could win in the end. So his words were not idle chatter, but true teaching like a teacher passing on his experience. Zhongyi could sense it, so he also had a serious expression and prepared to bow in thanks. However, Xie Changsheng did not accept this kind of kindness. He shouted with a cold face, "Who came up with such a perverted idea? Do you really want to stab us in the stomach next? How many times you will be stabbed will depend on you." Gang Ren was still not angry. He admired Xie Changsheng's straightforwardness. After speaking calmly to Xie Changsheng, he turned to look to the side. This valley was originally just a vast expanse of flat land. However, at this moment, an enormous green shadow slowly appeared in the air. A large indigo palace seemed to appear out of thin air and sat in a corner of the mountain valley. The mountain valley they had passed before had also had indigo palaces, but they had been illusory. Yet all of them were certain that this one was real. This was because other than the color and reflections being more realistic, this green palace had a real smell. Moreover, there were many strange and irregular sounds inside that could not be simulated by arrays at all. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.